Hello. What's up, everybody? Warren, Ilse, Onkthar, 10 bucks, Rasta, Naz, Archeesy, Risa, Solipsist, Sokoman. I hope you guys are doing well on this Sunday. Pretty sure. What's up, Dax? Yeah, I don't know, Sokoman. I don't really remember how much attention it got back in the day. Obviously, the actors were a significant part of the marketing, but I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't have come out the same year as The Last of Us, because it kind of got eclipsed in that sort of, you know, big Sony exclusive thing. The Fates. Yeah, I hope everyone had a nice weekend. Mine was pretty alright. Lots of stuff to watch. Not enough sleep. Oh yeah, Warren? Nice. Cyberpunk was a good time. Made muffins, ate 3 of them just today. Is that a lot? I don't know how, you know, depends how big the muffin is, right? What's up, Kimmy? How has Two Soul felt so far? I mean, it's probably, so far it's definitely the best game of the Cageathon for sure. Score-wise, it's doing pretty well. A lot of kudos. Rico, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate that. 28 months. Less money for Jeff, more money for me, blah blah blah. You know the drill. Rico, thank you. You will be remembered. Subzai. I really like this version of the main menu theme. Cool. I was looking at the score, and there were a few. I took a few notes after the stream the other day because I feel like I didn't really think about the scorecard for that one of the last scenes we saw, which was the bar scene. I feel like I want to give a kudos to for specifically the Cole and Jodie dynamic. I think there's something really interesting with how they've dealt with this, you know, the way she sort of uses him and sort of guilt that it triggers, and the way he feels also very guilty probably about letting her out. Like that little moment at the end of the scene, the way they sort of look at each other, I think was pretty well done. Again, those are some like really nice, subtle character moments that you wouldn't expect. Like even in Heavy Rain, you rarely had moments like that. So I think they've really done a good job with this one for stuff like that. I'm giving a Cage moment as well. I didn't give a Cage moment to the bar scene, but I think it deserves one. Weird, creepy dudes. You know, as justified as it can be, thematically speaking, it's still a Cage moment. That's very much a typical Cage thing. You have like weird, creepy dudes, you know. Showing violence against a woman character, right? That's very much a Cage moment, and we have to acknowledge it. So. Yeah, so far score-wise, it's doing pretty good. It almost has as many kudos as Heavy Rain, and we're, I don't know. It's hard to know actually how far we are in this one, because the nature of the story makes it hard to determine. I mean, there's still a lot of space in there, right? But I don't know. That's Abelians. Lots of flames. Yeah, let's see if it holds up. I mean, it's a David Cage game, so I'm expecting that at some point it's just gonna, you know, at some point the story is gonna start making no sense. There's gonna be like a fucking twist that makes no sense whatsoever. I'm expecting it. It's a blast. Well, yeah, but to be fair, you know, which stream is that for? Streams have been a little shorter, so that's, you know, it's like 2.5 Heavy Rain streams basically in terms of hours, I think. I don't know. I would be surprised if we don't end up with way more kudoses in this one, but Heavy Rain started very strong. Lots of kudoses in the first half, and not a lot of strikes, and then suddenly it just completely, you know, flipped, but... What's up, Suck in a Jar? How are you doing? I'm sure Cage is watching this stream to improve his next game. Well, the next game is a Star Wars one, which I'm sure is already deep in development. But hey, David Cage, if you're watching this, you can license the rights of my first novel for your next game. I think it would be great in such a video game format. I'll come and write the adaptation. Fuck, I'll do it for free. Well, Quantic Dream is making a Star Wars game. I'm not sure what exactly David Cage's involvement in the game is, Archeesy, but I'm assuming that with how big of a nerd he is, he wouldn't pass on an opportunity to write a Star Wars story, right? So, yeah. I don't think we've heard much about it since the announcement trailer, so who the fuck knows, right? But yeah, it was in development as of last year. Will I be in the tutorial? I don't know, Suck in a Jar, probably not. How are you, Shepard? You know, the more I think about it, and what would be my dream job in the video game industry, if it even existed, would be hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry about that. Lead writer Adam Williams leaves Quantic Dream. I got bugged because I know it's not Quantum Dream, so my brain was trying to say Quantic, but reading Quantum at the same time. Quantic Dream to start his own studio, also the lead writer on Detroit. Wait, does that mean I can't blame David Cage for everything anymore? What the fuck is that? I don't know. I think it's stop a gamer from mythologizing. Listen, he's still the director. I hold him responsible for whatever comes out. Yeah. So what I was saying before I sneezed was, if I could have a dream job in the gaming industry, it would be to be a script doctor for games, which I'm sure already exists, right? Pretty much the same people, like writing consultant or whatever they call that. I would love doing that. That'd be so fun. Just going from game studio to game studio, just as an outside, you know, and just figuring that shit out. Maybe I could actually create that myself. Offer my services on the internet for like small indie studios that need a little bit, just a little bit of, you know, support and help for their stories. And start small, you know, offer like cheap services. And then from there you like build a reputation. I don't know, maybe there's something to be done here. Watched the wildest movie I've seen in a while the other night, The Substance. Not sure how to even describe it. Do it, what do you have to lose? Time. It's the most valuable resource I have. Oh. The Substance. Satirical body horror film. Those are words I would not necessarily put together very often, but there are enough games badly in need of such services. Yes, but the problem is, I wonder if there's, you know, if the games that are in need of such services by default are not going to seek those services. Because if they were, it wouldn't be a problem in the first place. Which is maybe giving, you know, too much credit to people's awareness of their own issues, but I don't know. Yeah, Warren, that's why you do it almost for free at first, right? To just make your services known. The Substance is such a fun time if you're not squeamish. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in it now that, you know, I don't know. Just to know what it's about. Because the description sounds weird. Yeah, I mean I think the issue also is to be really effective, that sort of stuff should happen early in development, right? Before too much is invested in the actual production of the scenes and everything. Because obviously with a video game you can't just as easily edit the story when you're already deeper in, right? There's just too much work hanging on to the words. If that makes sense. It would have to be very early in the process, which I don't think works particularly well with how games are being developed. But won the best script at Cannes. Interesting. I've never heard of that movie before just now. When did it come out? Oh, this year. And I like the cast. That's something. I'm assuming it's available on streaming media right now. Look into it, probably. Okay. So Glegor, how are you doing today? On Amazon Prime? Apparently it's in theaters, some places here, which is weird. I feel like it came out a while ago, but... Anyway, how about them video games, huh? I can't suck in a jar. I didn't know about it until yesterday, but there's a new Indiana Jones game coming out, by the dudes that made the developer that made the new Wolfenstein games, and apparently it's an immersive sim, which I did not expect. I'm pretty excited about it, not gonna lie. It's coming on Game Pass too, so I'm very excited about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how much, to what extent, Captain Dax, but yeah, apparently the gameplay is, you know, like very immersive, and then there's a lot of options to deal with everything, and yeah, it seems like it's a bit more than just like a first-person action adventure game, right? In terms of those aspects, but I didn't look into it too much because I didn't want to spoil myself on anything, but the very short portion of a preview I watched on YouTube, the commentator, like the you know, the reviewer was saying that it had a lot of like immersive sim elements, so yeah, I don't know. Like I'm thinking I may potentially stream that at some point. If it's, I'm gonna see how the conversation around the game is when it comes out. If it doesn't seem that great, I'll just play it by myself. But I don't care about the first-person perspective that much. Yeah, initially when I heard about it, I thought it was gonna be like an Uncharted type game, right? Which would have been great. But I mean, the Uncharted games already feel like, you know, Indiana Jones movies, so yeah. It wouldn't be much of a step in the, you know, in a different direction to have it come back to that. I don't know why I keep sneezing. Shouldn't have an allergic reaction to anything. Point. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's free on Game Pass, so you know I'll probably try it. So I also noticed Dead Island 2 was just put on Game Pass. I don't want to play that on my own time, of course. I don't think I would like to stream. Avowed. I don't. I'm sure I've seen the name. I think I've heard about that game, but I'm not. On off the top of my head, I can't remember what it is. Avowed. Oh, it's an Obsidian game. Eh, probably not. I'm not big on Obsidian. In fact, I can't remember playing an Obsidian game that I enjoyed. So, hey, maybe that will be the first one. Who knows? It looks good. I can say that much. It's absurd. Oh, that's not true actually. There was one Obsidian game that I enjoyed. That was The Stick of Truth. South Park game. That one was fun. I liked it. Yeah, I never played KOTOR 2, but may have been. Yeah, Aliens. The Fate of Atlantis was fun. Remember that one? Do you guys remember the some of you older people? Do you guys remember the Call of Cthulhu point and click games that came out in the 90s? Shadow of the Comet, I think, was one. The other one was Prisoner of Ice. Pretty sure. Hold on. Prisoner of Ice. Yeah, Prisoner of Ice. Infogrames. Game from like 95. Shadow of the Comet. Yep. Was the previous game they made. I remember Prisoner of Ice being amazing. Like, I had so much fun playing that game. I don't know why I'm thinking about that now. I think there was a bit of a, you know, point and click Indiana Jones vibe to it, so I think that's where it comes from. Alright, enjoy the nap. I wonder if you can still play them today? Probably, right? You should be able to. Is it on GOG? It is. It's actually on sale right now. For $1. Literally one. For $1 you can play Prisoner of Ice on GOG. Now, to be fair, hopefully it runs, but you never know, right, with those old games. But also, I'm not sure it aged very well, but you know, I remember voice acting being really fun at the time. I'm sure it probably sounds terrible now, but yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with Monster Hunter. I kind of want to play Wilds, but I still have to play Iceborne. Somehow. I don't know, maybe at this point I should just give up on the idea of playing Iceborne. And just play Wilds when it comes out. It looks pretty good. I saw an interesting... There was a... I saw a clip of Wilds yesterday where the streamer was moving towards a monster very quickly on a mount, and the monster in question was a sort of lion-looking thing. But since they moved close to the monster so quickly, and the way I guess the rendering in the game works, it didn't fully render like the shape and the texture of the monster, and it was just like an amorphous polygon heavy like blob, which looked very much like an old PS1 enemy. That was really funny. Yeah, aliens, yeah, infogramme. Yeah. Infogramme in the 90s, that company was just so popular. Loved them. Part of Atari. Now. I remember at the time, I think they were published by Atari or something. Like, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I remember the mouse logo, right? Yeah, this one. I found it. Yeah, Infogramme was a big thing. I loved their games. Wrong LODs rendering, seen that bug floating around. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a beta, right? I'm sure stuff like that, you know, in a beta, not a big deal. Hopefully it's fixed before it actually releases. Well, some companies do. Stuck in a jar. Some companies do. I think Capcom's doing alright, generally. I feel like, you know, Monster Hunter is one of those things, like, it's such a big thing. Like a major title for Capcom. I don't think there's any chance they're gonna just, you know. The risk these days is when a new franchise is released, right? And it doesn't come out in the state that it's expected, and then the plug gets pulled by the publisher before the dev can actually do anything about it. Like the Concord stuff or whatever, right? That's the risk in this in these you know, in these dire time for the economy and the gaming industry being in a bit of a rough spot and all that, right? I don't think there's any chance of that with something like Monster Hunter, right? It's a flagship title, so regardless of the issues at launch, I'm sure they'll be working around the clock to make it good. And again, like, the launch is months away, so I wouldn't be too worried. What's a wolf? How are you doing today? I mean, that I feel like that's been the case for a long time, right? Stuck in a jar. If you can be patient, you don't have any reason to get in right away. Being patient's always a good plan, right? I mean, I did that for Cyberpunk and I never regretted it. I guess when it comes to online games, maybe that sometimes, you know, the launch period is obviously sometimes like the best period to play, because you never know if it's gonna stand the test of time, and you may not get a chance to play it later, right? But yeah, in general, waiting is never a bad idea, for sure. Worlds was rough at launch. I don't remember that. I remember playing Worlds at launch on PlayStation. I had a wonderful time. I don't even remember facing a single bug. But obviously, I was maybe just lucky, right? PC, yeah. Are you Blackbird? Being a Civ player taught me to never buy at launch. Which one of the Civilization games got a rough launch? 6? Wait, which one are we on now? The new one coming out, that's 7? Man, I remember when you played Civilization 2, and that was all there was. Obviously 1 was a thing, but... $95% off after 2 years with all DLCs. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if, again, like, being patient is always going to be the better financial choice, I guess, and value choice, but... sometimes you just can't wait. But yeah, a lot of those strategy, like grand strategy games, have such a weird DLC model these days. Like, I'm thinking about the obviously Civilization, but I think even the Paradox games have a bit of that issue, right? They just have so many different DLCs constantly coming out. Oh man, I feel like absolute garbage today. My sleep schedule over the weekend hasn't been ideal. How's that new Dragon Age game coming along? Any of you guys playing it? I watched a bit of Ash play it the other day. Seems good. It's a lot more action based than I expected, but I don't know. I was pretty interested. Someone who was not particularly a fan of the earlier ones. What's up, Kagage? I think Origins was okay. It was like a pretty generic fantasy game. The other two were pretty insignificant for me. I don't know. My flight stops in Zurich in a few weeks. What cheese chocolate should I grab? I don't know about that. In an airport, you probably shouldn't grab any cheese. Because I don't know, like I'm not sure how well it's gonna survive the flight. As far as chocolate goes, I mean, you can't go wrong with anything like Kaye or yeah. Just what metaphor? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Rasta, some Kaye, milk chocolate and hazelnuts. You can find that. It's a blue and white package. It's a good bet for something that probably most people would enjoy, unless you're allergic to case. There you go. Really like Dragon Age 2, but the rest didn't do anything for you? Interesting. I think a lot of that's not the opinion most people hold. Let's put it this way. I think Dragon Age 2 I remember it not being very well received when it came out. Origins was S tier. Man, I wish I liked Origins more than I did. I don't know. Origins to me was just... It felt like a poor attempt at doing Baldur's Gate in 3D at the time. I was just like, oh, they tried to do Baldur's Gate in 3D, but it has none of the character. I guess it just felt like a generic fantasy game. It's a different way to do it. No, I get the idea. It's just I don't know. Again, like it was my perception at the time when it came out, right? It's worth what it's worth, but it felt like a simplistic attempt compared to Baldur's Gate, but I don't know. Yeah. It looked decent. I'll give it that, but I remember liking the beginning quite a bit, and then it just, of course, it's been like 20 plus years, right? But well, actually, not quite 15 years. But yeah, I remember thinking like that the story promises were more interesting than what they actually delivered on. It sort of devolved into just one of those, oh, big threat from here spreading over the fucking land, and we're supposed to defend it or whatever. Terribly generic story with not that many interesting antagonistic characters. But I remember being quite fascinated by the opening of it, like the idea of joining the wardens or whatever it was called. You had to do that whole ceremony and everything. I thought that was pretty interesting. I remember liking that part. Yeah, the new one's basically an action game. It plays like a yeah. It's a weird comparison, but it plays like Mass Effect Andromeda. I feel. Except with fantasy stuff instead of sci-fi stuff, right? Yeah, Warren, nice. BioWare's just dead to you at this point? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the BioWare we grew up loving is definitely not, not a thing anymore, that's for sure. But I mean, companies like the BioWare that made Mass Effect's already not the BioWare that I initially knew, right? Like, but it's funny because we were talking about like iterating, right, with the David Cage stuff. It's interesting how much BioWare also sort of iterated on the same concept. Like if you play KOTOR, the first one, and then Mass Effect, Dragon Age Origins, and then Mass Effect, pay attention to how similar the stories are and the structure of it. And it's quite interesting, I think. Jade Empire. Yeah, I've heard some good things about that one, I think. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I'm sure it aged poorly, but it's that weird time in video game. It's Quantic Dream Star Wars game. What about that? Star Wars Eclipse. When is it coming out? $2026. Okay, whatever. You don't have to think about it. It's from the golden era of BioWare. Oh, we have different definitions of the golden era of BioWare. But I understand yours is probably, you know, like a lot of people would agree probably that the golden era of BioWare is between KOTOR and Mass Effect, right? It's fair. When I think golden era of BioWare, I think 99, 2000. But obviously, my personal experience with the, you know, those games obviously affects my opinion. Now we need to stall the Cageathon by 2 years so we can include that game too. Well, I don't know. The idea of playing a Star Wars game in itself, I don't know. I still need to play. What's the Jedi sequel? Survivor? Survivor is the sequel, right? Fallen Order is the original. Well, the first one. And then Survivor is the second one. I liked Fallen Order quite a bit. But the Promata. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a matter of, you know, your opinion is certainly shared by a lot of people, so. I think it's fair to imagine that KOTOR is BioWare's peak. Personally, didn't care too much for it, but I think it's fair. I'm excited to play Mass Effect though. The what's it called, Legendary Edition or whatever. I think that could be interesting. All right. Let's play some video games. I should have started doing that an hour ago. Oh, Jesus Christ.
totally exhausted and thirsty, and I have no clue where we fucking are, so just play nice and give me a break, okay?
Okay, can we address the... what is Aiden complaining about? Aiden. As far as I can tell, he can't feel like heat, thirst, exhaustion. What is he complaining about? He's just floating there. There's a wrench there. It looks like. Maybe he's just bored. Maybe. This looks really nice, by the way. I really like the visuals here. So bored. Aiden just wants out of Petria. Yeah, I mean, gotta reach the border, man. But yeah, the aesthetic here is very, very Road 96 for sure. This looks like what I imagine Arizona looks like. Am I correct there, or am I completely off? This is the closest to prologue we have right now? Yes. This is the furthest we've been in the story, outside of the prologue. This is after we escaped the police and everything. After we were homeless, after all that. I'm assuming we... oh! Étoile Rouge. Maybe we should stop at that rain? I mean, is it abandoned or is there... Can't tell if it's abandoned or not. It might be, actually. Sub JR. Sub drama. Yeah, Rasta. I mean... the Navajo Desert really exists in real life, right? It's an actual thing. Navajo Desert. Mojave Desert, sorry. Oh yeah, the Navajo are the tribe, right, that lives there. Native Americans. I think? Sure. Arizona, California, Nevada, Utah. One of these. What's up, Seven? How are you doing today? Oh. Son of a bitch. Hitchhiking minigame. Love it. Oh. Having a little rest.
Everything's gonna be okay. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm dying of thirst. And everything's fucked. But it's gonna be okay. Leave me alone, Aiden. What?
There you go.
It's okay, Aiden.
There's a horse.
There's no reason to be nervous.
It's actually populated. Nice. Sun went down quick, but... oh, come on. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Someone. Oh, there's a whole family in there. Is that an old lady in a wheelchair? Oh no, there's an old lady in a wheelchair. Oh no! Oh no! The Purple Clan! They're back! What's up, Zia? Okay, I give it... I give it an hour before fucking AIs show up and, you know... Yeah, this is it. The Cage Extended Universe. Oh, look at that. Sheeps and all that. Is that a dog? Aw. Oh, buddy. Horses, dogs. Hell yeah. This place is awesome. Oh, jeez!
Back off there. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Jesus Christ, I just wanted to be nice to the dog. I wanted to pet the dog, like show him that I didn't want any harm to his family or whatever, right? Did I just...
Leave it alone, Aiden.
Did the dog just sense Aiden's presence? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, Aiden wanted to play, I guess, yeah. Is every animal capable of perceiving Aiden? Sorry, I'm hearing sounds in real life. I guess dogs have a better perception. Is there water somewhere? Oh yeah, there's a thing there. A pump. No, drink it! Jody, come on. I guess not.
Hey, I'm so sorry to disturb you. I'm just looking for some place to spend the night, and I was hoping...
You can't stay here. Sorry.
Well, can I just spend the night in your barn? Please? I mean, I promise I will be gone by morning.
I told you you can't stay here. You need to leave now.
Mendehoste. Ya iya. Ya. Esbazo. Akuri nao. Dobone. Zarahe. Edinne. Ote ye. Katnoast ad. Bendako. The dos kas. Do a bendago no dos do.
It's okay. You can stay here tonight. Come in.
Thanks.
What's your name?
Jody.
I'm Paul. These are my sons, Corey and Jay.
Okay, listen. I'm not very familiar with the Native American cultures and all that. Obviously, it's very distant from anything that I'm aware of in Europe. I just think it's funny that it has such a strong identity, you know, with the different language and all that, and then their names are Paul, Corey, and Jay. Just sounds just very, very like, you know, modern American to me, but yeah. What's up, Redacted? You understood part of that? Oh, so it's like actual, you know, I'm assuming it was an actual like Navajo language, right? I don't know if they have their, you know. We do have modern names and native names, but we don't use them. Oh, interesting. Is it a bit like isn't it like Chinese people have like who live in America, for instance, have like a localized name, right, that they use. I think I've seen some of that several times. Right. Yeah. Diné, is that the name of the language? So what would a I don't know if it even exists, but what would a typical Native American name be? Like someone whose modern name is Jay, what would their like Native American name? I mean, I'm sure there's no like, you know, is there a typical Native American name like James is for like English, right? It's really a culture that I know nothing about because obviously, you know, it's extremely distant from Europe, right? So there isn't a typical name, depends on the tribe. Okay. Okay, so at least that's cool that this was an actual, you know, proper, so to speak, proper language, Native American language. I think that's a nice touch, at least. You may have someone whose name is like Jim Mankiller in English, but then his native name is, oh, man, I can't even try to pronounce that. Gebwe, maybe. But wait, is the modern name like you say like Jim Mankiller? Is that do they pick the name based on that person's life experience? Like what's the deal there? Or is it just a random word that they choose to pick? I'm legitimately asking from a place of curiosity, right? I'm not, you know. I wish I knew more about Native American culture, but believe it or not, it's not something that the media shows very much in Europe. So when I grew up, everything I knew from like Native American culture in Europe when I was a kid were like super heavy cliches that you would see in like comic books or, you know, like Lucky Luke and that stuff, which obviously is completely removed from reality, right? And it, even to this day, it feels like American media don't really show much of that, probably because there's a lot of, you know, guilt and shame involved in you know, how that part of history was dealt with. But Kind of makes me want to watch, like, I'm sure I can find like proper documentaries or even like YouTube videos of people who actually, you know, give an accurate portrayal of Native American, modern Native American culture. I think it's pretty interesting. I wish I knew more about it. The family historical name, so the last name would be passed down because some census man in the 1800s stuck it there because one of their ancestors was probably named Mankiller. Okay, what's up, Chipmunk? That's why you have like hundreds of natives with the last named things like White Swan, Stantol. Right, Black Elk. Yeah, that's sort of the. I remember that from being a kid and looking at the. You know, like the stereotypical comic book version of Native Americans, like again, like in comic books, like Lucky Luke or whatever. The big sort of cliche convention was that the people are named after objects or you know, like, oh, that, you know, Native American there is gonna be named I don't know, sturdy desk or whatever. I'm not exaggerating. That's how cliche and stereotypical the you know, the names are in those comic books. And so it's interesting to have sort of a you know, a look at how it actually is. We have all the normal English first names. A lot of the last names are French because we married a lot of French people. Great Lake tribes, at least. Native names are special. They're the ones that are things that are from our experience in life. Like mine is because I fed cows and attracted them out my house. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's fascinating actually. I didn't expect we'd have like firsthand, you know, a firsthand experience there in chat, but that's actually great. They're not registered with the government idea, but it might be on our tribe idea. Wait, hold on. You have like a specific tribe idea, like an official idea, but that's only for your tribe? Also, Archeesy, thank you for gifting a sub to Dr. Redacted. I appreciate that. 20 total gifted subs. Thank you. And Dr. Redacted, you will be remembered. My name given by my tribe is... Oh boy. I'm gonna butcher that, but... Ondegshkwe? I'm pronouncing it as, you know, with the... It's actually phonetic. Ondegshkwe Abzabshke? I'm sure I'm ruining it, but somehow... Very close? Okay, good enough. Thank you. Interesting that you guys use like French accents. Well, I'm calling them French accents. They're not French, but one of the only languages that I've seen those accents in, so. It's how we connected to the French so easy. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Why our tribe was able to trade with them. Yeah, man, there's something fascinating. Is there any media you would recommend? If I'm okay, let's say I'm curious to see more stories involving Native Americans. Is there like a TV show maybe or something that came out at some point that sort of does justice to like the authentic Native American representation and still like an interesting, you know, modern work of fiction, like movie or TV show that you know, you think shows a pretty good representation of it. I would love to watch something like that. Icelandic has the accent as well. But not on the E letter, does it? Oh, okay. Fair enough, Rasta. I read The Absolute True Diary of a Part-Time Indian in Middle School. Diary. Sherman Alexie. It's told from the perspective of a Native American 14-year-old living on a reservation. I don't. It's something like I don't know. It's something so. Just the concept of a reservation is so strange for me as you know, someone who looks at it from the outside and hasn't really grown up anywhere close to that culture. I don't know how to express it. I'm trying to be, you know, I'm not trying. I don't want to be insensitive or say something, you know, wrong out of ignorance, but like it's wild to me that it's like your land gets conquered and then you're like, oh yeah, you can live here. That's gonna be your little, you know. There's something that's kind of, I don't know. Res Dogs was pretty good for modern if you have Amazon Prime. Great book called Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, an Indian history of the American West. Okay. Started watching you when I was mid-moving out of here. Okay, interesting. Grew up on a res. Huh. Res Dogs. Dog. Comedy drama. Yeah, that could be something that could fit what I'm sort of looking for. Nice. I'm gonna keep that open in a tab. I love the name too. Reservation Dog. You know, nice wordplay, I guess. Controversy stems from the novel describes alcohol, poverty, bullying, violence, sexuality, bulimia. Interesting. Why would you ban a book for... I don't know. We wouldn't want kids to get too educated in school now, would we? Right? Think about the real world and all that stuff that's involved in it, and you know, that would be way too dangerous. Imagine if people got out of school educated. don't want kids to know that bad stuff happens. Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, yeah. But yeah, no, that's all of that is fascinating, Dr. Redacted. Thank you for sharing your first-hand experience. That's actually awesome. Great added value to the stream there. Appreciate that very much. That's the great thing about Twitch. Jesus, like it's so interesting. You never know. You never really know who people in your chat are and what experiences they have and the things they can share that, you know, just gets you to learn more about the human experience as a whole, which is, I think, pretty fascinating and awesome. So. Yeah, I don't know, aliens. We'll see. Can't wait to see how David Cage handles this. Yeah, you know what, Redacted? I cannot promise you that this is going to be an accurate or even appropriate representation of Native American culture. If it's very stereotypical and all that, I apologize on behalf of David Cage, I guess. I'm sure you are unfortunately used to it. Unfortunately, yes. I think, again, like with my limited experience and not knowing very much about what the actual experience is, it does feel like it's one of the cultures that gets sort of what's the word that I'm looking for? Caricaturized, I guess, the most in sort of modern media. And yeah. That's a brainy. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that the language was apparently somewhat accurate. Like 6 of my cousins are named Jim. Yeah, no, that's very cool. Yeah, it was. I didn't think of the fact that, yeah, obviously they would probably pick modern names that are easy to remember and for people to pronounce, just to avoid, you know, the situation of like, oh, well, I don't know how to pronounce that, even though it's, you know. If someone does the accent, I'm going to have to get a drink. Well, let us know when something happens. That Hollywood wise native accent. Yeah. I'm sure we'll. I don't know. I'm looking forward to see what the old lady in a wheelchair has to say. Okay. I don't think there's any chance in the world that old lady in a wheelchair is not gonna be some like mysterious, mystical, you know. I don't know. There's gonna be something with that, but we'll see. Maybe I'll be surprised. What's up, Pikuya? Zimstang, thank you so much for the 28 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, Zimstang. You will be remembered. It's a pit kiss. Cage's old ladies. Yeah, no, I mean, do we want to start a timer? We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, no, interesting. It was just it. As soon as I saw that old lady in a wheelchair, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Getting Agatha flashbacks right there. Anyway, so Pretty Boy here didn't seem, I don't remember, like Jay. One of them was Jay, Corey, and something. I don't know which one this one is. He didn't want us to stay. I'm guessing they're a bit careful with outsiders or, you know, foreigners that are passing by, and I don't know. And then the father was more welcoming. Jay, I think, was the father. So I don't know. We'll see what's up with that. This scene definitely has a big "you tried David" potential for sure. Yeah. Keep saying which movie Cage saw, but you don't believe me. Well, I mean, based on... Okay, listen. Based on the pretty boy here that opened the door for us, I'm thinking David Cage saw Twilight. Not before. Oh no, are they... Okay, hold on. We can't stay because they're werewolves. And they're gonna turn during the night because it's gonna be like a full moon or something. That's why they don't want us to stay. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right there. It's gonna be a werewolf story. God, I hope I'm wrong.
My mother, Shimasani.
Oh, Shima-san.
Don't be surprised if she doesn't answer you.
Oh.
She hasn't spoken in years.
Okay, she will be speaking before we're gone. 100%. That is some, like, very obvious foreshadowing. And it's probably gonna be some big revelation about the world or something. Chekhov's mute, yep. I went to high school with the guy who played Jacob in Twilight. True story. Well, there you go. I don't remember what his name was. That guy, right? Yeah. Never did anything after, really? I mean, I'm sure he made enough money with Twilight to just retire, probably, right? If he wanted to. Oh, yeah, Taylor something. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He's probably going to keep making, you know, listen, with the way royalties work and all that, he's probably going to make more money off of Twilight for the rest of his life, every year, than I'm ever going to make. So. Taylor Lautner, yeah, went on to marry a lady named Taylor. The Taylors! That's so nice, I think. Now, if they really want to, you know, they should name their kid Taylor as well. Now we're cooking.
We're about to have dinner. Would you like to eat with us?
Sure. Very generous.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Oh wow, he slammed that glass on the ground. He's not that man's not happy that I'm intruding.
Please, sit down.
I will. Ooh, looks good. Steak. That's a lot of food for like 3.5 people. All right, Anktar. Good luck with that. Jody, you could be nice and offer water to everyone else at the table, maybe? What do I know? Yeah, that kid is looking at me weird too. I'm very weirded out by these people. Hopefully the meat we're about to eat is not human. Is it gonna be the cliche of like the, you know, secluded family that eats the passerbys?
We don't see many hitchhikers out here.
What's up, Sorrow?
Can I ask where you're headed?
Sincere?
I just keep moving from day to day. I guess if I keep going long enough, I'll figure out where I'm headed.
I see.
You guys are really far from everything here.
My family's lived here for generations. I was born here. I'll probably die here.
Oh God.
I tell my boys to go. I know there's nothing for them here. But, they want to stay with their grandmother and me, so...
Oh, that's nice. I'm worried that this was foreshadowing. The fact that he said he was gonna die here. Navajo?
You guys are, Navajo, right?
We're Dene.
That means the people in Navajo. That's what we call ourselves.
Oh, nice. There you go. Connects back to what Redacted was saying earlier, right? Dene. So what I'm getting from this is that the Navajo name is what outsiders called it, your tribe? But you yourself call yourself Dene, I guess? Interesting. Pretty tame compared to when I visit my aunt and she fills the entire table with stuff to eat all day long. Yeah, but that's different, right? This is like a visit sort of food prep. This is just their normal meal, I'm assuming, right? Horses.
Do you breed horses?
Yeah. Mustangs. We also have a bunch of churros.
Churros?
Sheep.
Oh.
We sell their wool and milk. It's not much, but it keeps us alive. It's late. Jay will, show you to your room. Night.
Well, that was weird.
Are you coming?
Okay, now I'm curious. I gotta... The dog seems to be very worried. What do you mean I can't... I want to look outside. I want to see what's happening. Okay, that kid is concerned. So apparently he's a fan of baseball. Nice. Where's hold on. Where's the old man? The father. Oh, there he is. Okay. What is going on?
stay in your room, no matter what you hear.
What I hear? What do you mean?
You value your life? Lock your door and don't come out until the morning.
Okay. So how do I feel about this? I think, okay, I kind of, I enjoyed the tension and the sort of creepiness that suddenly happened, right? But it does feel like this scene is a bit of a gigantic cliche of you know, like horror trope of something weird's happening, no one's telling you anything, and then they're like, if you value your life, you don't come out of the room no matter what you hear. That's very much a you know, very much a trope, if I've ever seen one. I feel like it would be better to, you know, have the characters explain a little bit what's happening, so you know, you don't, because obviously you're going to be curious of what's happening, and that's going to lead you in trouble. If they just express, like, you know, talked about what's going on and all that. But I understand secrets, whatever, right? Oh, I thought I was gonna open the bag. Okay. Hey, look at that. Nice pajamas. Is that ash?
Ashes.
Oh my god. Okay. Listen. Once again, proof that David Cage was watching Lost while he was writing this. The circle of ashes to protect from whatever's outside. I mean, it's not just a Lost thing, right? It's a pretty common, I think, sort of ritualistic thing to prevent like spirits or whatever from, you know, but still, again, I'm getting a very strong feeling that David Cage was very into Lost when he wrote this.
What's got them so scared?
I really wish I could go outside and watch. Yeah, this kid's not serene, that's for sure. He seems to be chilling. Look at him, chilling in his boxers. Not a worry in the world. I don't know, drama. I mean, some of it is, right? Some stereotypes come from actual behaviors, right, that we observe, but not all of them. Some tropes are just, I feel like a lot of tropes are a caricature of what we think a situation, how we think a situation would play out, and since it's carried out that way in the media so much that it sort of becomes a familiar thing. Not listen, I don't think tropes are necessarily bad. I think tropes can be used very effectively to give your story a sense of familiarity, and I think there's value in that. It can be a form of language that you're using to make your audience feel more connected to whatever story you're telling. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think tropes are necessarily bad. It's just the whole story shouldn't rely on tropes, for instance. Because otherwise it's gonna feel like you're just not doing anything very interesting, I guess. Also, I just noticed that you can... This is supposed to be the outside, and like the barn and the stars and all that, but the way it's rendered makes it look like it's a stained glass behind the planks. It's kind of funny. Am I supposed to go to sleep, I guess? What the fuck? Did you hear that? Whew. Sorry, I'm yawning.
A very strange place. Don't worry. Tomorrow will be a long way from here.
Yeah, I don't have a migraine right now,
Good night,
Drama,
Eddie.
but I feel like garbage. I didn't sleep very well this weekend. And I just feel very drained. That's okay.
Stay in your room,
What the fuck?
no matter what you hear.
What the fuck was that? Okay, so I fell asleep while I was walking around with Aiden. And then I had a vision again, like a sort of strange... Another one of those premonitions? Like the ones with the homeless people, right? What was that figure, though? That sort of strange figure that... Wait, I can't get in that room. It's preventing me from getting in there. Oh, maybe I'm too far. They specifically said don't go out of your room. Can I go back to bed? I want to obey the rules. Oh. Did they lock me in?
Shit. What's going on here? Aiden, find a way to open that door.
Oh, there it is. Is he meditating or like what's going on? I am so confused about what's happening. Oh yeah, I was locked in. Jesus. That's a bit concerning.
Paul? Open up! What the hell is going on?
Go back to your room right now! Please, Judy. Just do as I ask.
I mean, I kind of want to go back to my room right now. They were so nice. I mean, oh, I can go to Grandma's room. Okay, my curiosity is definitely taking the better of me. Can I... Would the game allow me to go back to my room? Oh my god, that angle. Okay, that angle is awesome. That is very sort of Resident Evil, you know. Oh, is that Grandma's room? JC. The elevator scene in The Shining, yeah. Okay, I can go back to my room. And I can go back to bed. Okay, so I have a choice of going outside or going back to bed. You know what? I think I'm gonna respect their, you know, wishes. I'm just gonna go back to bed and chill. I don't want to open the door and let whatever's outside come in. Like, what the fuck, right? Yeah, Colette. Oh. I relate with this a lot. Very relatable. Okay. We actually spent the night and everything's fine. I'm kind of... A part of me is like, I really wish I went outside to see what was going on, but at the same time, I'm like... You know, they've let me into their homes, they're asking me to just stay in my room, and I'll just stay in my room, right? Things aren't so bad if you ignore them. Yep, that's the lesson there. Wait, why am I cold? What the fuck was that? That was the same figure that was in the sort of vision or nightmare that I had when I was sleeping. And the air was cold, which is kind of what's happening according to, you know, the experiment stuff with Nathan. That's what happens when Aiden's around, right? Temperature drops. So is that something similar, like a similar phenomenon? A ghost of some kind or whatever? I don't know. Okay, I have questions. How is that kid that big of a fan of baseball? Living in the middle of nowhere like this? I don't think they have a TV. How does he watch baseball? It doesn't even have people to play baseball with. That has to be so rough. Maybe on the radio? I don't know. I'm sure there's a very reasonable explanation. I'm just, you know.
You looked exhausted. I told the boys to let you sleep.
Thanks. I really needed it.
Made some coffee.
Thanks. So, are we gonna talk about last night, or are we just ignoring it? I guess we're just ignoring it.
I'm gonna hit the road. Thank you.
There's a lot of work to be done on the farm. Maybe you'd like to stay on for a few days. Lend a helping hand. Couldn't pay you anything, but you have a roof, food on the table. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why not?
Good. You'll find some more clothes in Corey's room.
Oh.
See you outside?
Wow, Stardew Valley arc. Let's go. Oh, look at us.
Ready for work?
I'm ready when you are.
The sheep need water. Think you can handle that?
Sure.
Hell yeah. Stardew Valley arc begins. Beautiful. Love it. Wait, what happened to the sheep? That's just dead there on the ground?
All right. I need a bucket of water for the sheep. Shouldn't be too hard.
I'm not sure if he just butchered it for food or if that was a result of last night. I'm a bit unsure. This reminds me of Red Dead Redemption 2, doing chores in camp.
So, you're gonna stay a while?
It looks that way.
Great. I mean, it's good to have some help.
Oh, I think that boy has a crush. Just saying.
Thanks, Judy. Can you get some hay from the barn?
How old are we there? I mean, it's after the CIA stuff. The CIA stuff was probably when we were 18 and for a few years, I'm assuming. So, I don't know, early to mid-20s, maybe? At most. It depends really how long we were in the CIA, which I don't think we have a clear indication of how long that lasted, so... But yeah, I would say mid-20s, something like that. At most.
Hi. My name is Jody, and I'm gonna stay here for a little bit and help out. I hope that you don't mind. This is beautiful. Did you make this yourself?
Okay. I hope I age as gracefully as her. Listen. Just a nice old lady in a wheelchair. I'm sure there's nothing weird or mystical about her. Yeah, no, I have a feeling this is gonna go full on David Cage in a little bit. What's up, Monk? Oh, I can run. That's fun. Is that a shower? What is this? What's up, Kyo? I'm supposed to get hay from the barn. Yeah. Oh! Finding a mysterious book. Ah, that's the thing! In my dreams! What in the fuck is happening? Is this where the game goes completely off the rails? I'm having... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm having Fahrenheit vibes from this for some reason.
Help me, Aiden.
Oop. Okay. Okay, listen. I grew up on a semi-farm. We did used to have like hay and bales of hay and all that, and we would stock them up like just like this in the barn and all that. I grew up doing that shit. I don't think... Whatever.
Take it easy, Aiden. Just
What?
one bale, not the whole goddamn haystack.
What? Wait. Are they all taking a break? Like, what's the deal there?
Hey, Jody! Lunch?
Okay, let me just finish this first.
We just woke up. What do you mean? Maybe I'm that slow. Maybe I'm very slow. You know. Bringing water and... Okay, that's... What the fuck is going on? Are they burning? Okay, something happened to those sheep during the night. And I'm a little worried about that.
Put it down anywhere.
Anywhere?
It's lunchtime. Go and join the boys if you're hungry.
You coming?
Later. I still have work to do.
Okay, later then.
Fine. But I'm really curious about the sheep there. What is going on in this? Oh, I can read that sheep's mind. I'm gonna know exactly what happened.
Hey, Jody! Come on over!
Okay, again. The sort of shadowy things, grabbing things and killing things, very Lost. You know. Very much reminiscent of Lost, so... Yeah, so what was happening yesterday? Were those entities like the one in around the condenser, like from the infraworld? Is there maybe a natural passage to the infraworld around here somehow? I don't know. Interesting.
Have a seat.
Thanks.
Masani Ranch.
There's a lot of work to do on the ranch.
Yeah. Jay takes care of the horses. I watch the churros, and my father does just about everything else.
Navajos?
Are there other Navajo ranches around here?
There used to be about 50 some years back, but now there's just us. The others got scared off.
The others decided to go live in the city. Not everyone wants to live in the desert.
Okay, Jay, why are you so... Kurt with me. Also scared off, huh?
I saw the dead sheep. What happened to them?
A storm. They wander out of the pen and choke to death on the sand.
Sheep insist.
I mean, I saw the carcasses. Their insides were completely torn out.
You've got coyotes. Coyotes kill sheep. Do you always ask so many questions?
Was it a storm of coyotes? Like Sharknado, but with coyotes? Like, what's the... Your story doesn't check out, Jay. Oh yeah, Jay's the Jay, Corey's the younger one, and Paul is the, you know, Coyote Nado, yeah. He's not a very good liar, that's true, yeah. Do you always ask so many questions? Oh, only when I'm not getting any answers.
When I don't understand something, yeah.
Yeah? How about if I started asking you questions?
Wow.
Where you come from? What you're doing here?
Jesus.
You probably wouldn't like it, huh?
Ask away.
So keep your secrets to yourself. And don't ask any more questions.
Okay, that dude's...
Excuse me, I got work to do.
very aggressive. Jesus Christ.
Don't mind him, Jodie. He's okay when you get to know him.
I'll bet.
Well, I guess I better get back to it or Paul will get mad. See you later.
Well done, Jodie.
I don't know. Something tells me he's not good at making friends. Yeah, I don't know why we're feeling guilty about this. I don't feel like we're any responsible for it. But... I feel like we're asking very, very, you know, legitimate and justified questions.
Hey, anything else need doing, Paul?
No, but maybe the boys could use some help.
Okay, I'll check.
Is it our place to ask, considering they took us in? I think it's fair. You know, obviously... I think asking is fair. I think it could just be like, listen, I understand why you're very curious about what happened. We don't want to talk about it. Please move on, right? I think that would be a better way than to be super aggro, right? But... it's fine if they don't want to talk about it. I just feel like, you know.
Holy shit, an antique. This has got to be like 40 or 50 years old.
Oh man, are we gonna repair the bike? invading their privacy? I don't know. I mean, they took us in to work on the ranch. I mean, obviously you should ask before starting to work on someone's bike, even if it's abandoned. But nice.
Good job.
Fastest bike repair. You're a bad guest? No, listen, I'm just saying. Like, obviously I would ask for permission first, but it's not like anyone was doing anything with it. I think she replaced one of the like spark plugs, right? Which can be enough to get a bike to start again. The plug was old. I mean, I'm not saying it's super realistic. I don't think it's that implausible. Yeah, I mean, Jody's really good at getting stuff done very quickly. Is Jay okay? Is he about to wrestle a horse? Oh, jeez. He is wrestling a horse.
Let's see what Jay's doing.
Whoa. Whoa.
Proud and stubborn. Never wants to go in with the others.
Do you mind if I try?
You worked with horses before?
No.
Go right ahead. His name's Ashki.
Ashki.
Hey there, Ashki. Don't be afraid. I'm just gonna come over there, okay?
Okay. Come on,
No,
Aiden.
This is between him and me.
Okay, I wasn't gonna do anything. I didn't think I was gonna knock the horse out or anything to be able to approach it or mind control it. Come on.
See, Ashki? That's not so bad, is it?
Admit it. You kind of like me, huh?
Hey, Aiden. Ever dreamed of riding a horse?
Wait, am I supposed to? Oh, now I can. Okay. I thought that was between you and Ashki. What's up with that?
Take him to the enclosure.
I'm actually controlling the horse. That was not on my David Cage bingo card, I will say.
How'd you do that?
We all have our secrets, right?
Huh, got him.
Maybe I misjudged you.
That easy, huh?
If you want to take a shower, it's behind the barn. Ladies first.
Hold
Fine
on!
by me.
Hold on! Are we getting our David Cage mandatory unnecessary shower scene? Now, to be fair, To be fair. We've just been working all day, you know, on the ranch. Maybe, is this the most justified shower scene in a David Cage game? I don't know. We haven't peed yet, no, JR. No peeing scene at all. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think this is a cool change of pace in the game so far. This whole sort of Navajo episode, right? I think it's an interesting, obviously still going on the narrative themes of the story and the idea of freedom again, which
I really need a good shower.
in my opinion is the most important theme around Jodie. I think this is an interesting display of what freedom might look like for a character like Jodie, right? She's working on a ranch. She's, you know, just living the life out there. There's no walls. There's no... This is probably the most free she's felt her entire life at this moment, right? Just working in nature. There's animals. There's people. Nobody knows her secrets. But then again, there's that juxtaposition with the fact that we had to stay in our room during the night, which I'm assuming might happen again at the end of the day or the next day or whatever, right? So there's that sort of... The sense of freedom might not be complete, because obviously that's not the end of the story. But even though it gives us a glimpse at what freedom might look like, it reminds us that, you know, we're still a prisoner of some situations. But it's interesting. I like it. Oh. What? Crown?
And then the guy left running. And you know what? He was never seen again.
What's up, Bucket? So okay, obviously here I don't. This is not your typical. This wasn't your typical David Cage shower scene. First of all, there was no nudity, which, you know, fair enough. And then there was actually a plot point during the shower, right? With some of the visions reoccurring. So I don't think that counts as a David Cage shower, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Hey, again, progress. So... yeah, I mean, overall, so far, this whole episode is pretty interesting. I'm curious to see where, like, the supernatural stuff is going to go, but... yeah. We'll see. We'll see. What did the shower do for the scene? I think it was just a way to isolate her, maybe, from the other people.
It's time to go to bed.
And I mean, having a shower after a day of work makes sense, right?
What's happening here?
I don't think this was much of an issue.
Why do we have to lock up the house?
Just go to your room, Jodie. And don't come out, no matter what happens.
Okay, see, I feel like...
You remember the sheep last night? I don't want anything to happen to you.
Persist.
For God's sakes, Paul. What's going on here?
Just go to your room. There's nothing you can do.
Ah. The curiosity is getting the best of me, I think, but... hey, you didn't put the thing on the wall. On the window. Put your thing up. Not just coyotes, Zoro. A whole storm of coyotes. Have you ever encountered a storm of coyotes? No. So, maybe you shouldn't talk about stuff you don't know anything about, right? Can I talk to Jay? No. Yeah, you better, Zoro. Have respect for the coyote Nado, okay? It's a whole storm of coyotes. Have you seen what happened to the sheep? That's right. Oh, I'm so tired. Jesus. Yeah, you better hide, Zoro. One second. Oh. The illusion of choice. I want to... Texting David Cage that his game is actually decent. Sure, yeah, that's what I'm doing. If I had David Cage's number, I would probably ask for a job. Not complimenting on his game. Wait, is there a bed in the main room? I didn't notice that until now. Yeah, so I can't actually go to my room. I have to go outside. Sorry. I'm yawning a lot, I'm sorry. I'm really tired. Okay, well, let's go outside, I guess. Wait, how's Grandma? Let's see. She's never sleeping. She's always like awake. I haven't slept much the entire weekend, Kimmy. Oh boy, I have a feeling we're making a mistake. Is that the moon? Yeah, okay. The moon looked weird. Oh, what the fuck? What was that? Look at that wall of... Oh my god. What in the fuck is going on? I'm sorry, what is happening? Oh, Jesus! I just wanted to go to bed. Okay, listen.
Jody.
Listen. I think there's a chance this can fit in the whole narrative so far. With, you know, the existence of an infra world where some entities live. Maybe that's a manifestation of it, right? Like the whole storm or whatever. And then the ghosts of an old tribe of some kind. I don't know exactly. I think there's a chance this could be, you know, brought together with you know. Not really. So I remember there was something, like I remember there was something in the desert, right? I had a vague like memory of like the road and the desert, but none of the plot or anything. Where was this energy for the Orange Clan? Yeah.
Jodie, I told you to stay in your room.
That's true, you did.
Could have been killed.
You didn't give me a choice though.
What's happening here? What was that thing?
You should have listened to me. Stayed in your room.
Oh.
You
That
have to
meant
tell me the truth.
topless for some
You
reason.
have to tell me the truth now.
It's Yaitzo. He wants blood. That's all he's interested in.
Okay.
We can't do anything about it. We can't fight his spirit.
Well,
Spirits don't live in this world. If he's here, there's a reason.
okay, so the implication here is that Yehitzo, or whatever the name was, maybe a spirit, again, like maybe a spirit from the infra world that just happens to be in this world. And like she said, like if it's here, it means there is a reason. Much like, what examples of have we seen so far in the game of something similar to that? Stan's wife, right? Her spirit seemed to be still here, and we were able to interface with it and talk to him. Maybe she was still here because she had stuff that she wanted to say to Stan. She couldn't leave him, right? She wanted to be near him still. Aiden's an example of a spirit that is still living in this world, right? So that's something. I mean, we're very familiar with this ourselves, right? Now why is Aiden living in this world? That's an interesting question, because she says if he's here, it means there's a reason. What's Aiden's reason? We never addressed that, really, right? I don't think so far. I'm curious to know what the reason is. And my speculation is that he's a prisoner. He's unable to go away, because it's been at the beginning of the game they said Aiden wants to leave. That's why he's angry. He wants to leave. He doesn't want to live in this world or whatever. Maybe it's because he's attached by that tether that we have, right? And he can't leave. That could explain, you know. But I mean, so it's interesting because if the game had been realistic and grounded up until that point, and then we go to a ranch in the middle of nowhere, and then suddenly there's all those supernatural weird things that are happening, I would be like, oh, well, this is some typical like David Cage stupid twist thing. But for some reason in this game it kind of works, because there's already the fact that there's some supernatural stuff and spirits and all of this is already established as being a thing, right? Our character is very much aware of that stuff. So it doesn't come off as that out of nowhere. It's more like, oh, well, yeah, it's another manifestation of those things that are, breaching in from the infra world and apparently have, stuff they're trying to accomplish in this world. I think the presentation of it is a little unusual, right? It's very different from what we've seen so far, but To be fair, there hasn't been a lot of consistency about that. We don't really know, you know, Aiden's not really like the only drawing we had of Aiden by Jodie was sort of a weird black cloud, and then there were those almost fish-like creatures in around the condenser, and then there was the spirit of Stan's wife, who was just a you know, a human figure, which obviously could have been just for the perception of the player, but and then you have this big creature, maybe because it's more powerful than the others, almost looked alien in a way, right? And then the spirits of the, you know, the old tribe or whatever those characters are. But I think there's a lot of different representation of what those spirits could look like, so I'm not too bothered about it. But this one clearly seems a lot more powerful than anything we've seen so far, that's for sure. It seems very large, it seems very powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's not like amazing or anything, so I'm with you. I think it's just, it's fine. As far as David Cage goes, it is very acceptable because of how the supernatural things have been established before. Nobody questions the fact Jodie is not surprised or in disbelief. I mean, there's several explanations there. Pick whichever you prefer. Those characters live with that reality all the time. Why would they be surprised that someone else believes in it? That's their reality, right? So that's one thing. Outside of that, like the conversation with Jay established, everyone has their secrets. They maybe, you know, Jay saw that Jodie maybe had some interesting connection with the animals, maybe potentially some powers, who the fuck knows, right? They, you know, with the stuff they see, it's very likely that they may accept that strange things can happen, right? It makes sense. They're seeing strange stuff all the time, just like we are. Like Jodie sees strange stuff all the time. So when she sees something else strange like this, she's not questioning it like, yo, what the fuck was that? She's like, oh, geez, that's another thing, right? So I guess they're in the same situation. They're also aware of spirits existing. So when they see someone else who acknowledges it, they're like, oh, well, okay, fair, right? In the same way as we do. And you know, if that's not enough, the scene cut immediately after she said that. Who knows what conversation they had after that? Maybe they sat down and maybe they were like, okay, how do you know all of this, right? But they just didn't want to show us that scene because it would be redundant in terms of the narrative, because we, as the audience, we already know how she knows all that. So we don't want to go sit through a scene where she explains it. I don't know. Personally, it doesn't bother me too much.
You remember Ashley? We're friends, right? I'm just gonna put my foot in the stirrup and climb up, okay?
People IRL will believe in fake stuff. Maybe it isn't too far-fetched. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh.
I need to figure out how to go forward.
Thanks, game. I think, to me, in a way, it would be a lot more unnatural if the other characters didn't know about anything, like didn't understand the supernatural aspects, and then suddenly a character comes in and gets it, they would be like, wait, hold on, what do you know about all this? But if they're used to the supernatural being part of their life and all that, for them it's normal. They see someone else who seems to understand it. They're like, oh, well, she's a knower, right? And that's it. In the same way, Jodie doesn't question why they just accept that, right? It's just the reality they're confronted to. But
Hey,
yeah.
what do you think, Ashki? We're doing pretty good, huh?
Now,
The horse is gonna have to tell me your secret.
I definitely think
Listen, I'm headed over the pasture to tend the churros.
I definitely think they should sit down and have a conversation after an event like that, right? And maybe they did, but we just don't see it. It's just an, there's an ellipse over it.
You wanna come?
Sure.
Oh, we're gonna go take care of the churros. Wait, are churros like the, the pastry or whatever you call it? Is it based on the same name? Because they look like sheep or something? Or is churros a Native American name for sheep? No one said, listen, I'm trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to learn. This is not my culture. That's some Gibraltar. Oh, geez. Hold on. This is very difficult to... Oh, man. Full on Red Dead Redemption 2 now. Look at us. Look at this. I don't think we have a lot of freedom in terms of where we want to go, but this is pretty cool. Hey, look at that. This chapter is really interesting. It feels different to the rest of the game, which I guess is the point, right? We're sort of finding a new life for ourselves outside of the very oppressive life we've known so far. Again, like the first taste of freedom that we have as Jodie. I think this is pretty cool.
Look, I know you don't want to talk about it. But I really need to know what happened last night.
Entities, specters, often.
Your father knew the spirit. It's not the first time he's come, right?
Yaitso has always been here. It comes at night and steals souls. The old ones used to say, it's a curse. The price our tribe had to pay for living on these lands.
Specters?
And the ghosts that surround the house. Do you know who they are?
My father says 5 spirit guardians have always protected our tribe. They come at night to prevent Yaitso from killing us. I don't know if it's true, but Yaitso has never managed to get into our house. My turn to ask you some questions. What are you really doing out here in the middle of the desert? It feels like you're running away from something.
Ooh, interesting. So, I think there's an interesting thing here, narratively speaking. The way the tribe and that Yaitso spirit and the guardians is sort of the same thing that's happening with us, right? We have, there are those evil spirits that attack us since we were a child. Those entities, you know, from the infraworld or whatever. And Aiden's there to protect us, just like the spirits are for the tribe, right? There's an interesting sort of parallel there, right? Between those two stories. Okay. I'm interested. I'm intrigued. I don't know where that's gonna go, but I'm intrigued. Okay, so he was honest with me. I guess I'm gonna be honest with him.
I guess I'm just trying to forget. You know, make a new start. Maybe I'm just running away from myself.
You're like us. You also have your dark secret, don't you, Jodie?
Interesting parallel.
I have to tell you something.
Jade! Jade! Bekend de klus. Oh, is that? The bed bar shut. She in the dish is.
That was Paul. There's no water at the ranch. Something must be up with the well.
Oh.
I'm gonna have a look on my way back.
I can go take a look if you want.
Don't know if you'll be able to do much.
I'll do what I can. Where's the well?
It's over there. It's got a windmill. Shouldn't be hard to find.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it from
I'll see
here.
you back at the ranch.
Okay. See you later.
Shouldn't be hard to find. It's right there. You can literally see it from here. So she was gonna tell him about Aiden, I think, but got interrupted. I like the idea when she said, maybe I'm trying to run away from myself. Obviously, again, still working on that theme of freedom. How she's a prisoner of her own life because of, you know, Aiden and the sort of life she was born into and the fact that she was always being manipulated, controlled by other people. She's trying to run away from herself. I think that's an interesting way of putting it from the character. Oh yeah, Flames, the voice acting in this game is exceptional. Performances are amazing. All in all, it's a pretty impressive game, I will say, from a presentation point of view at least. And so far the story is holding up, so... I'm really curious where all this this whole chapter is gonna go, but... Wait, what is this? That's a well. What is that, though? Yeah, no, I know I'm supposed to go to the well. I'm very curious what that is. Is that a sweat lodge? Oh. I guess I wasn't allowed to look at the other thing. Ah. Hold on, can I climb myself to try and get to it?
Go for it, Aiden.
No. I was curious if I could climb and try to do it manually without Aiden's help.
Good work, Aiden. The
Thank
pump's
you.
running again.
Hell yeah. That easy. Okay, what about the... Wait, where's the thing? There it is. Yeah, this chapter, even from like and I think that's an interesting way of presenting it, but this chapter, even movement-wise, gives you a lot more freedom than you're used to in those David Cage games. Those open spaces where you can just walk and run and, you know, it's an interesting way of expressing that freedom, right? That sense of finally being free. Even the game becomes more open. I think that's really kind of neat. Yeah, exactly. The CIA training montage was very like rigid, and I think it's a. I don't know if it's done intentionally, but it really sort of serves the. You know, the purpose of the emotions the character is supposed to feel between being stuck somewhere or being free and open. It's the same thing that was in Corey's room. Yeah, I think it is a sweat lodge, yeah. I don't think there's very much we can do in here now, but... Whoa. Oh my lord. What's a sweat lodge? It would be a sort of small hut where you would start a fire and put some like water to get you know, steam and get the thing very hot like a sauna. Basically, and where you would use that to meditate, or having like take fucking drugs and have some like transcendental experiences or whatever. I'm not an expert on sweat lodges, but that's the idea of what I have of a sweat lodge, right? I'm pretty sure it's something that would be used in like shamanic culture or, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. And I'm sure the way the Native American used it is probably similar. Medicine and meditation, yeah. Crown again, huh? Yeah, crown. What's the deal with that crown? Oh, there's an arrow pointing somewhere. Oh. Okay. Nothing led me to go into this in that sweat lodge instead of just it being here. I wonder if I just skipped something by going in there immediately, or if the game would have led me there regardless. Interesting question. The only association I had with the German till now was Breaking Bad. Yeah. There's a sweat lodge angle in Lost as well, which again makes me believe that this was really on David Cage's mind when he wrote this game. Yeah, there's a whole sweat lodge episode in Lost. So. Okay, I have to know, how free am I actually? Probably not very, right? Oh. Invisible wall. Yeah, I mean, you can still, you know, you can still go around a little bit, right? It's not like it's not just one road and that's it, right? I don't assume there's much to see, but I think it's respectable. More than Road 96, yeah. Listen, nobody expected Red Dead Redemption, okay? That is more freedom than you have in story missions in Red Dead 2. That is accurate. The game didn't game over me for walking outside the road there. Fort Crown? Wait, how do I know this is called Fort Crown? Is it written somewhere? Shadow of the Colossus is looking different. Yeah. Do I just know that this place is called Fort Crown, or did I miss the sign?
Can you see anything, Aiden?
Fort. Yeah, I guess this used to be a fort. Could be something left from the, you know, old like Far West wars or whatever. Yeah. Oh shit.
An entity massacred the soldiers in the fort. Could it be Yaitso?
Was it to protect the Native American, the natives that used to live there from the quote-unquote invaders? There's one thing there. Nice.
Come on! Show yourself,
tree. I have to find it.
Okay. We're sort of reconstituting the story of what happened here. The entity there that was finding the soldier looked very much like one of the entities that we've seen and fought before, right? Maybe over time it grew bigger and bigger up until the point of the one we saw in the sand and the storm and all that. Okay. There are more I may have missed. Oh. Rifle. Yeah, I mean, if it's a leather hat, there's no reason, right? Why it would. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any more, like, valuable information. Basically, more people getting killed. What we're seeing. The essential information we got is the spirit that did that then went to the fork tree, where I think a bunch of those guardians or whatever were sitting. Oh, well, waiting. Maybe they sent him. Maybe, I don't know. Over the road over time, especially in the elements. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, it is very clean. That's true. But video game magic. What's up, Freaker? How are you today? Have you been playing the Monster Hunter Wilds beta? Played the beta? Yes. Nice. How have you been enjoying it? Fork tree, I see it. It's all the way there.
The Devil's Fork. The place I saw in my visions.
What do you mean the Devil's Fork? Okay, there's one thing that bothers me in this scene is that she seems to know the name of all those things like intuitively, which makes no sense to me. Why does she know that the thing is the fourth crown up there? How does she know that this is the place she's looking for? And now this. How does she... Like, she calls it the Devil's Fork. Where's that coming from? Felt smooth in comparison to Worlds. The hammer felt like it packed a real punch. Nice, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until full release to play it at least, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
There's nothing here.
Aiden?
What's the connection?
Aiden's gonna dig something up. Don't worry. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Can you see anything, Aiden?
Well, there's something on the ground there, Jody. Oh shit. Remains of someone. Oh, those
They were killed by
tribesmen were also killed.
the entity.
Why did it kill everyone?
Ghosts. They were wearing these ritual masks. Thanks, Aiden.
Even the game gave up on making us dig for stuff. It's like, yeah, no, here's all the answers. Wait, did we just dig five of the same medallion?
Weird. This one has no talisman.
Is it missing its talisman? Is it mad? That's Grandma! She has the thing, the blanket.
You put it around the baby's neck.
The ugly carpet, yes.
Help me, Aiden.
I actually think it looks good.
Gotta see what happened.
But for a blanket. Oh shit!
All went by too fast. I didn't understand it.
Oh, I did.
It's just all mixed up.
I did.
It's as if something's missing.
They did a ritual. They did a
I'll give the
ritual.
talismans to Paul. Maybe he'll know something.
They did a ritual and opened a rift to the infraworld. I don't know what they were trying to do. I think there's a chance, and again, this is going to be an interesting sort of juxtaposition with the modern world. I think the tribesmen there tried to seek help to defend against the soldiers who were invading their lands, right? And so they sought help from the spirits, and by doing their ritual, opened a portal to the infraworld. Something came out of it, did what they wanted, which was killing the soldiers, but unfortunately it seems like these spirits are not so easily controlled, right? And I think then the spirit turned on them, probably, something like that. And then killed them as well, right? A bit like what we're doing right now in the modern day, which, you know, like the paranormal, the Department of Paranormal Activity or whatever it's called, is sort of studying those the infraworld and those spirits, and then they open the portal and those things start killing everyone, right? I'm pretty sure that's pretty much the same thing that happened. So I think that it's a pretty interesting take you know, of seeing the ancestral way of opening the rift with like rituals and all of that, and then the modern way of doing it through science and like actually using a condenser and all that. I think that it's an interesting way of looking at, you know, the science versus sort of the nature, and, you know, or even the almost I wouldn't say necessarily religious, but spiritual and you know, faith based almost approach to it. I think it's interesting to see both sides of it, and this is, I think the game does a pretty good job at sort of connecting this episode to the rest of the main plot, right? With this little glimpse that we saw of them opening a rift and all that. I think it's pretty nice. I was worried of this feeling like very out there and, you know, being one of those David Cage moments of things feeling off the rails, but I think they're doing a pretty good job at making it feel part of the same world and mythology, right? I like that. I haven't played any of the Supermassive games, Freaker. I'm looking forward to doing that at some point. Well, not really drama, right? Because in this case, it sort of makes sense, right? It's not something that just randomly happens and gets tacked on a story that has nothing to do with it. This feels sort of connected, right? There is some similarity, right? There is some similarity, again, we're like what we were talking about with Captain Dax, right? The iteration feeling of it all. It feels like a new draft of this of the same story, which I can see the point, right? Like this idea of an older, you know, Mayan clan that wanted to follow the prophecy and the Indigo Child or whatever to get the secrets of the universe, and then the AIs sort of did the same thing through you know, yeah, I think aren't most of them like on Game Pass or something, Freaker? I need to look into it, but I think they're, I feel like I see them, like the whole collection, on sale very often. I'm gonna have to look into it at some point, Freaker, but I'm trying to be a bit careful with my spendings these days, because like October wasn't that amazing, but after September it makes sense because a lot of people just used September to support a whole lot, and then obviously October was going to be a little slower. So I have to see how November, you know, is going to go, December, and then I'm probably not going to be playing the Supermassive games until next spring, maybe a little earlier in the year, but we'll see. But we have The Last of Us 1 and 2 to go through after the David Cage games. Last of Us 1 and 2, it's probably going to be interrupted by Undertale. Like, we're probably going to play Last of Us 1 and then Undertale in December and then Last of Us 2 in January or something like that. So, you know, and then after that, who the fuck knows? But I don't think I'm gonna, I'm not gonna go into the Supermassive games before at least March, I think. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Okay, after the stream, I need to make myself a big bottle of iced tea, lemon iced tea, and then put that in the fucking freezer, and then go take a nap. And then after my nap, I have a frozen bottle of iced tea. It's gonna be delicious. Ugh, I'm so excited. Ghostwire, whatever that is in the bottom. What is that? Is that a new game? Is that a new game? Death Note. Oh, I've never seen the anime. The Migro powder, I presume? Yes. Very much so. Love it. Not a fan of the trope, old religion is true, but now we can control it through science. Arrogance to it. People were so silly back then before we had the technology to know. Yeah, I mean, it's not the vibe I'm getting from this for now, at least. I don't know how it's going to progress, but for now, it feels like it's quite the contrary. It's like showing two different ways of accessing this sort of interesting parallel world, or whatever it is, right? The infra world. Two different ways of accessing it. One through, you know, old rituals, and one through modern science. And both equally failed in controlling it, which I think is pretty interesting, right? It shows that no matter how, you know, you may think you have a superior way of doing it through science or whatever, you still get wrecked, right? Which I think is interesting in that case. Now, I'm not saying that the trope Anktar is talking about doesn't exist. It very much exists in a lot of stories. But in this one so far, I like the way it's being portrayed, I think. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, I mean, I wanna give a kudos to that scene so far in general, that whole chapter. So far, I feel like that chapter has been great. I love the sort of sense of openness and freedom it gives you. It's a very different pace. It feels like it's supposed to feel. Like this sort of chapter in Jodie's life where she finally sort of escapes her previous life, and at least for a moment. And then, of course, all those events that we're actually witnessing right now are sort of a reminder that she can't really escape herself and who she is because of, you know, she sees those things thanks to Aiden. So she's still sort of a prisoner of that, even though it feels like she's escaping in a bigger world. But I think that's obviously very interesting. Thematically speaking, this is super interesting. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. I'm enjoying this. We'll see.
Okay. I'll go back and keep looking.
Oh, wait, what? Is there more to find? Is that what Aiden's saying? Yeah, but I think in this case, it's... It doesn't show it in a way that, oh yeah, but you know, it's not falling into the complete reverse thing, which was, oh god, what is happening? Is the storm rising? Look at this looks cool. It's not like, oh, those old sort of powers or whatever that they knew how to summon and control, and now science is trying to do it and then they fail. No, like in this case, it's everyone's failing. Everyone's trying to manipulate, like control those things in different ways, and they're all failing. I like that. Just don't mess with the other side is kind of the moral of this whole thing, right? If you mess with it, you're gonna lose. I like that. Similar thing, if they're gonna actually summon Belial, how the heck do they reckon they can handle such an entity as a mortal human? Never mind whether you believe in it or not. It just seems optimistic. Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you actually believe in it, why would you want to summon a big ancestral entity that is clearly more powerful than you are? In fact, if you believe in it, it seems like a pretty good reason not to do it, right? I would love to participate in a seance to try to summon fucking, you know, Belial or whatever. And Dariel, whatever Diablo boss you want to think about. I don't care. I don't believe in it. So I would love to participate in that because I don't think there's going to be much consequence. But if you actually believe in it, it's like, I don't know, do we really want to touch that? White guy is the chosen one of an ancient native religion, yeah. Of course, fates, yeah, absolutely. Why do spirits even listen to the beckoning call of some lowly mortal? I don't know, maybe they need someone on the mortal side of things to open the portal? I don't know, man. Oh, wait, we're all the way back there? Oh, I guess this looped around. I didn't realize we looped around. Okay. I'm trying to sprint, but I can't. There we go. Uh-oh. Why is the storm rising in the middle of the day, though? Oh, shit. Did we wake up something by messing around? Uh-oh.
We came here in broad daylight. We tried to get to the house. Oh! Corey, get the car!
I told you! He said... He said something about dying earlier.
The entity's coming back.
We've got to get to the house.
I don't think that's gonna help.
There's nothing else we can do. My father told you can't fight a spirit.
I can. No? I mean... What can I do? I want to help. Can I put the fucking things up? No? Yes! The medallion!
The one that was on that baby.
Mother gave it to me.
She's speaking!
Like her mother before. She also gave me this.
Okay, a little convenient, I will say. Seems like a very quick resolution for all of this.
Where it all began. I need to watch carefully. Remember every detail.
Okay.
Your ancestors. They summoned Yaitsu here.
They were lost, full of hatred for the white man. They bring spirit, kill their enemies, and gain revenge.
How do you know you weren't born yet? Well, clearly.
He was still hungry. Hungry for blood. Yaitsu is back. He has come to take our lives.
We're your ancestors. They're the guardians who protect the house, right?
They know they were robbed.
Yeah, they're trying to make
Trying
amends.
to
Yeah.
protect us from the evil that they released.
Makes
If
sense.
they brought the entity here, I mean, there's gotta be some way to send it back to its own world.
They used a ritual to open the passage. I still remember the incantation, but the ritual is lost in the past.
Wait, weren't you literally a baby when that happened? Maybe, I mean, she was carried away by someone. Maybe she learned after? I don't know. I'm confused. There's a little bit, you know, there's a few things in this whole scene that don't quite fully, like, it's not as airtight as some of the other scenes so far. It's a little bit floaty, I would say. This feels like a scene that needed a bit of tightening, maybe. Grandma just said time to move on with the plot. Yeah, a little bit.
I saw the ritual in my vision. Look, I'll prepare it and you can help me with the incantation.
Hurry! He's coming.
Okay. Yeah,
A fire. I have to make a fire in the front of the house.
I'm not hating this. I feel like it, I was hoping for something a bit different with this whole chapter. I think this is sort of approaching a bit of the David Cage silliness levels of contrivance, I guess. This feels like a proper David Cage thing.
Jodie, what the hell?
Trust me! I know what I'm doing!
We gotta get inside! The storm is coming!
Leave me, Jay!
Shimasani, you can talk?
Stick, Jody! You must find a stick to draw the sign!
Find the stick to draw the sign. I'm pretty sure it's X.
That's it. Now the talismans. I have to remember where each of the medicine men stood. There.
Well, thank you, game, for doing it.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to remember that.
Okay. Now each of you needs to stand next to a talisman. There must be a soul attached to each one.
I'm glad they're so on board with this.
There's only 4 of us and 5 talismans.
No,
We need a 5th soul to complete the ritual.
Aiden can be one of them.
Crazy, Jodie! We're all gonna die if we don't go inside right now!
Fuck! Fuck! We need 1 more soul.
There you go.
We've got the 5 souls. Shimasani, start the incantation now. The passage is open, Jodie. You did it. You did it.
Yeah, me too, Colette. My first idea was that Paul was gonna like come out wounded and, you know, use his last energy to come out and help us, but how does that work? Why does the thing suddenly suck in? Well, thank God it, you know, sucked everything in instead of releasing more. That's very fortunate. This could have backfired very heavily.
Jodie!
Wait, why is she dead? Oh, come on. You didn't have to kill the grandma. Why would you do that? Okay. Listen. Nana's in the fridge. David Cage hates grandmas. Confirmed. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. Grandma was very much a woman by Cage. That's for sure. She was literally just a plot device. This whole, like, the way she, you know, was introduced as this sort of new thing, and I was like, oh, okay, this is intriguing. I can see something interesting there. And then suddenly she starts speaking like normally, and there's no like, and she knows exactly what she needs to know. And come on, man. If she knew there was an incantation, why didn't they never think of doing that before? And finding the medallions or whatever. Like, she knew what anyway, it made no sense. Overall, this is also a Cage moment because of the contrived sort of plot that reveals itself, and suddenly everyone knows exactly what to do, even though there's no fucking logical sense to it. So this is very much a Cage moment as well. And I'm also giving it a Cage strike overall because of the weird sort of, I don't know, I thought that was pretty weak as a conclusion overall. Suddenly things are, you know, suddenly the portal works in reverse. It sucks things in, doesn't let anything out. I don't know, this is very weird. Not the great conclusion I was hoping to a scene that so far was, honestly, the chapter was pretty good. This was kind of silly and wacky and very much a Cage, typical, you know, bullshit. But yeah, I guess so, right, Khaled? Like, there could have been something with what the Guardians were doing, and you know, maybe the ritual. It still felt a little bit. It seemed too easy for something that has haunted them for decades, right? If that makes sense. How did Jodie not remember that blanket in the first place? I mean, well, yeah, I mean, when you see the baby wrapped in the blanket, that's when you should probably notice it, right? But I think that's fair. I guess, you know. You want the character to have that revelation just a bit later, but yeah, whatever. It makes the audience feel smarter because they've noticed it before the character, right? I guess that's fair. Worst plot device from all the David Cage games. She didn't even talk before being useful for a plot. Well, that's not as bad as the fucking Indigo Child. She did not even talk at all. She was just literally an item that you were carrying around. Up to the point where she was supposed... You know, she was the item you brought to the artifact to put her in the right slot, and then it unlocks the fucking victory, right? And the only thing she says is off, you know, is not even heard by the audience, and we never know what it is. So, yeah, so Kinachar, that's the thing though. It didn't feel like it was dragging on to me. It was like it was a nice change of pace. I was enjoying the sort of little more slow approach, and yeah, I was really vibing with it. Exactly, yeah. I was having a good time, like being on the farm and just living that sort of freedom thing, with things suddenly unraveling and a little bit. I was hoping for a bit more of a significant evolution of that whole, you know, the whole story with the Guardians and all that. I was interested. I think there was something interesting there. I just wish it was resolved in a bit of a different way. I think that was a bit precipitated. I don't know. Yeah. But oh well. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It, you know, I'm not gonna... Hopefully this does not set the tone for the rest of the game. Let's hope, you know, that this was just a little bit of a... They didn't really know how to get out of this chapter, and they sort of, you know... Hopefully it doesn't set the tone for the rest of the game in terms of resolutions. Oh, we're not done. Sorry. Never mind.
No white man has ever been to the place I'm taking you. My people have buried our dead there for many hundreds of years.
Oh,
for us, it's sacred land.
Are we gonna bury Shimasani? Hey, at least she gets a proper, like, burial and whatever. It's better than her just being treated as an item that gets discarded, right? Let's see. Oh, the blanket. Feels like maybe one of her grandchild should be carrying the blanket rather than the stranger that literally just arrived 2 days ago, but what do I know? Grandma kind of implied it was a lady thing. Brought from her mother, then to her mother, and also, and yada yada. Yeah. Fair enough. I could see that, Colette. Yeah. Maybe being, you know, something that only gets carried from woman to woman. Maybe it makes a little bit of sense that they would ask Jodie to do it. I could hear that. If that's the case, I would like the game maybe to be a little bit more explicit about it. I don't know. But I can accept that explanation. Wait, where's Paul? Is he good? Are we burying 2 people today? Oh no, we are. Damn. Okay. All right. It's unfortunate.
These are the bones of your ancestors. I'm sure they would have wanted to be buried alongside their own people.
Is Redacted? Are you still here, Dr. Redacted? I would love to know how you feel about all this. Yeah, I'm assuming she went.
No, I could.
Oh shit! I could have used Aiden to save Paul when he was wounded. I didn't think of it. Whoops. That's on me. I'm sorry. Yikes. I didn't even think about it.
Don't blame yourself. My father is with Shima-san and his ancestors. He's happy where he is.
Yeah, Gibraltar. Maybe that's a cultural thing. I don't know. Again, like I'm not too familiar with that culture. Maybe they're not big speakers at their burials. I don't know. I mean, it's very recent. Maybe I can still save him. Hold on. Aiden. I'm kidding. He's dead. Oh man, I wish I had. Uh-oh. I wish I had thought about that when we were in the house, but I got absorbed by the so the blanket and the grandma, and I completely forgot about potentially being able to use my powers to save him. Oh well, again, it is what it is. I'm not gonna cry about it. I would be surprised if more than half of the people thought about it, because it feels like in those situations, usually most people will do the first thing that is available, that the closest to the character, right? Which in this case was the grandma. Less people are gonna seek something that's further, right? So I would be very surprised if more than half of the people actually saved him, if that's even an option. I'm assuming it is. But if it is, I would be very, very surprised if more than half the people thought about it or found it. But hey, maybe I'm gonna be proven wrong. Who knows? Yeah, stuck in a jar for sure. Oh, look at that! All kinds of old drawings. Oh, what? Is that us? Is there an old prophecy of some kind about me?
So your decision is made? You're leaving?
There's just things that I have to work out. Things from my past. I think I'm ready to face them now.
You did a lot for us, Jodie. For us, and for our people. If you don't find what you're looking for...
So like the two of you?
Just come back here. You'll always find a home here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think they were pretty clear with the fact that it was just the two of them, right? Everyone else left.
Me too. I'll never forget you, Cord.
Okay, you guys have known each other for like 2 days. Unless there was a lot of ellipses, but... She killed half the village! Yeah, we did. Actually.
Ashki is gonna miss you.
One day I'll come back and see you.
I don't think she believes in that. Hug. I'm not gonna kiss him. We barely know each other. What do you mean, game? Okay, listen. I may have chosen too fast there. I think this is one of those situations where, you know, it was like the sort of Ethan and Madison thing, right? I should have picked Kiss just to see how far it would go. But I'm more invested in this story. I think this story is sort of like, I'm still very much on board with the story, so I didn't want to ruin it. I am very upset that this is a decision, though. That you can actually kiss the man. Come on. There's nothing that warrants that happening. This is not a choice that makes any sense. We've barely met. The dude hated us for most of our time here. This is another fucking Cage moment. With a fucking kiss out of nowhere. And suddenly you're in love and, oh, I'm gonna miss you forever. You know, I'm never gonna forget you. Whatever. I understand that this was a pretty important event. Like, I can imagine this being an important event in Jodie's life. It was a feeling of freedom. It was a feeling of also reconnecting with some parts of her past and understanding a bit more of her past through those events that happened here. With like the entities and all that. I understand that it's a major event. But still, it was just 2 days. I don't believe that, you know, it was just a couple days here. You don't have to love bomb these characters, telling them you will never forget them and you'll come back. And even she doesn't believe when she says, I'll come back and see Ashki. She doesn't really believe in it. You can hear like, and that's actually, you know, so yeah, Cage moment, definitely a Cage moment for the overall, you know, like vibe of barely met and almost kissing and you know, like being best friends or whatever. That this is definitely a Cage, typical fucking Cage thing. But I do like the subtlety in the way Jodie is performed and how, you know, she, you know, I'll come back and see him. You can tell that she doesn't really believe in that. She's just being nice. But it's sort of like that subtlety gets undermined by the way she's talking to the other characters and being like, oh, I'll never forget you and blah, blah, blah. Right? I think it would make more sense if she was a bit more reserved. And then, you know, well, yeah, I'll come back and see Ashki, you know, even though she doesn't truly believe in it because she has stuff to take care of. And you know, she's not really the kind of, it feels like the kind of person who would want to. She's been locked places for so much of her life, under control of people. You know, it doesn't seem like the kind of person, at this moment at least, who would settle, right, somewhere. It seems more like she would, I don't know. She still needs to, like she said herself, right? She's just moving forward, and then eventually she'll be wherever she needs to be or something. But so I like the subtlety of the performance, but at the same time, I don't think it really works within the confines of the scene. So I'm not gonna give it a kudos or a strike. I'm just leaving it at that. Overall, this is a big Cage moment of, you know, everything feeling like it matters way more than it should based on the amount of time that was spent there. But oh well. Where's Ashki? I'm assuming in her, his. Ashki is a male horse, right? Mustang. I don't know. Anyway. I'm not convinced by how this whole scene resolved. If the game had given us a sense of her staying with them for a long period of time, you know, through a montage or maybe a series of little bits and pieces, maybe having several days where, you know, you can see a montage of them putting the planks on the windows and just sleeping during the night, and then in the day working. You could have given us a sense of her staying here for maybe weeks, maybe months even, before all this happened, through like a nice little montage. And you know, we could have had a sense of something more meaningful in terms of the relationship with the characters before it all sort of collapsed, right? Which would have made this a bit more impactful and believable, right? I think there was a way to write that in a way that made more sense, but yeah. Oh well. Okay, that's a big hug. Like, that's a big hug right there.
You didn't think you were just gonna walk, did you?
Oh, hell yeah. I get a bike?
You spent a lot of time fixing this thing.
I did. A whole lot of 5 minutes. Maybe that's why they think they're so close to one another. They have a perception of time that is different than ours. If those 5 minutes were a long time fixing that bike, maybe we spent, you know, we really feel like we spent our entire lives together. Yeah. 5 minutes equals 5 weeks. Yeah. Maybe that's why the relationship can prosper.
Take it. It's yours. Least we can do to thank you.
The music is great, though. The music is actually great. Yeah, maybe drama. Where's the helmet? What's up, Holo? Bye, nerds! Not even a word. Oh. I'm assuming that was their spirits were here, like Stan's wife was next to him, right? I'm assuming that was the implication. It could have been maybe a little more, I don't know. Aiden explored the house, 68%. 47 didn't venture outside. Oh, that was, I'm assuming, on the first night. Yeah. 8% repaired the bike. Hell yeah. 53% escaped Yehitso. Oh, that's not a lot. 86% told Jay the truth. Okay, I'm assuming 53% escaped Yehitso. It's that because people failed the prompts, which are very confusing. 74% didn't save Paul. Okay, I was right. Yep. 91% completed the ritual. I wonder what happens if you don't. And 53% hugged Jay before leaving. 47% kissed him. You know what? I'm starting to understand why Baldur's Gate 3 worked as well as it did. Animals. Animals. I'm telling you. Hey, that was overall, listen, overall, I think that was an interesting chapter. It definitely offered a different vibe than the rest of the game. I like that. That was cool. I'm really curious where we're gonna go next. In Baldur's Gate 3, you're almost being forced into the romance scenes. Yeah, that's why I dropped the fucking game. I was trying to have normal friendships with my squad mates and sort of learn to know who they were before even considering having a relationship with any of them. And the game kept fucking, you know, trying to get me to bang them. It was very upsetting. I hated it. Oh well. It is what it is. Except Karlach. Yeah, Karlach was nice. Yeah, Fates. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious about the whole story there. Daniel underestimates how much of an impact he had on Shadowheart's life in those 3 hours. Oh yeah, no, Shadowheart was literally after one day. She was exactly. Did David Cage participate in the writing of Baldur's Gate 3? Because that feels very fitting. Like, oh, you are my closest confidant. You've changed my life. Okay, listen, Shadowheart. He barely had a conversation. Ever. Separation. Okay, that's between the condenser and the CIA. Oh. Okay. Between the condenser and the CIA.
Ready?
Yeah.
Cole? Okay, I'm recording.
Now concentrate, Jody. Tell me if you feel anything in particular about any of these objects.
Can you see anything, Aiden?
That is another, again, like I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but this is another scene that reminds me a lot of Lost. There's that one scene with Locke getting visited as a child in one of the flashbacks. I'm not gonna spoil too much if you haven't seen the show, but he gets visited and presented a series of objects and asked if any of those objects mean anything to him, right? This is very reminiscent of that to me. What the hell's going on here? Random sciencey stuff. Gotcha.
Thank you, Dad. It's so pretty.
Open it. Jody? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Did you see something?
speak?
I saw a little girl. It was her music box.
It's his daughter, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Nathan? Okay, I'll tell him. Nathan, someone named Ryan Clayton is here to see you. He says you know what it's about.
Oh, that's Ryan.
Yes.
They're here to claim
back in a
Jody
moment.
for the CIA, I'm pretty sure. Ah, shit. Wait, I wanted to try the other objects. Aw. I would have really liked to see... Wait, that's lame. Why can I not see... Oh, is it one of those... Okay. I'm gonna try something. Hold on a minute. If this is another one of those stand situations, I'm gonna be very upset. Oh,
Yeah.
come on. I missed the fucking thing.
Nathan? Okay, I'll tell him. Nathan, someone named Ryan Clayton is here to see you. He says you know what it's about.
Yes. I'll be back in a moment.
Is there a chance I can... Because I can't do anything else with the objects. Okay, hold on. I wonder... Start story from this point. Please choose how you want to save your progress. No save. Save. I don't know how it works. I'm worried of it overriding what I have done in the game so far. I don't want to risk it. I don't think. I don't want to risk it. Because I don't understand for sure what it does. I'm just going to continue. Fine. I'm worried that it's one of those situations where like the music box was gonna move the story forward, and we missed out on some of the other. But maybe we could just use one of them.
I'll tell him.
I'm not sure.
Nathan, someone named Ryan Clayton is here to see you. He says you know what it's about.
It's not too big of a deal, I guess. It's probably more stuff about...
Yes. I'll be back in a moment.
But like, I really wish I could, you know, try to inspect what the fucking other pictures were. Like, there was a picture, I'm assuming it's maybe Nathan's wife, or... Oh, maybe not? Is that maybe his wife or his mom? I don't know. What about that? Yeah, see, that's the thing. I really wish we could have experimented with that. Yo, Brendan, what's up? I mean, I do think the one we saw was interesting, right? Yeah, Brendan, dude, congratulations on those big victories this weekend. Beautiful work. Naz and I were screaming at all those missed level 2s that you dropped. But good job. Well done. No, it was fun watching your tournament. In fact, I think we had more fun watching your tournament than the Japan premiere, because that stream was awful. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, Brendan. Oh, Freaker, thank you so much for Gifting the query. I'm just noticing the notification now. Well, I appreciate the gift of the query. I'll make sure to add that to the list. Thank you so much. I'm gonna play the Supermassive games at some point, so I'm sure this will come in handy whenever. Yeah, it was pretty bad, Brendan. Did you also check the message note with it? Hold on. Let me look at it. As a reminder of the rich kid pre-mades in League of Legends. Oh, come on, game. Fuck off. Hold on. Yeah, thank you, Frank.
Yeah.
I'll be
Nathan?
I'll be thinking of you when whenever we play that game on stream, the query. Hopefully you will be around when I play it.
Someone named Ryan Clayton is here to see you. He says you know what it's about?
Yes. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, hopefully, Naz. Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to Dominican Republic one. Anyway, I need to refocus there. I'm still upset that we didn't get to see all the things. Nathan seemed flustered by his the mention of his daughter, Laura, right? I wonder if there's something about, you know, because he's always at work and his relationship with Jodie, of course, very paternal. I wonder if there's something like maybe maybe they're not in his life very much anymore. Maybe there was a divorce at some point or something because he wasn't there very much, right? Maybe there's a bit of a... Maybe that's a hint at something not being so good at home, potentially. I don't know. Yeah, of course, Freaker. I'll let you know. Yeah, let me...
Listen. I never get around to telling her I need more time.
Oh, shit.
No. Professor Dawkins, she needs to come with me today. I have my orders.
Christ, she's only a child. My assistant and I are the only family she's got. She doesn't have any idea what's out there.
Look, Dawkins, I see your side of it. All right, I do. But orders are orders, right? You gonna bring her to me, or do I have to go and get her?
Man, again, the performances are fucking amazing in this game.
Jodie, could you come here, please?
Also, Ryan seems to be, again, like a bit of an asshole. I'm getting so mad at Ryan. Hey, listen. If there... I understand, but at the end of the day, Ryan's also doing his job, right? He's probably not the one... I doubt he's the one that actually gives the orders, since he's here himself, right? Probably just doing his work. Doing his job and doing what he needs to do, but... I think we need to be mad at the government. Until further notice. We'll see. Maybe Ryan will justify us being mad at him. We'll see.
What's going on, Nathan? You look upset.
Jody, this is Ryan Clayton from the CIA. The agency wants you to join their military school program at Camp Perry. Ryan's gonna take care of you from now on. You have to go with him, Jody. Today.
Experiments upset. Why incredulous? You have to go with him today. Why?
I don't understand. Why me?
Well,
This unit belongs to the CIA.
I mean, that's pretty obvious.
They've been tracking your case ever since you arrived. They know what you and Aiden can do.
Angry.
What am I, a toy? Some kind of a test subject?
Well, yes.
Did you ever just stop and think about what I want?
Jody, I know. It's difficult, but you need to understand, this is a great opportunity for you.
Cynical.
Oh, so that's just it? You know what's best, and I'm just supposed to shut up and obey orders?
Jesus, listen up, Miss Holmes. I don't give a shit about your pathetic adolescent pouting, all right? You can rant and rave all you want, but you'll shut your mouth and do as you're told.
Go fuck yourself.
Let's go!
Let's go. Come here.
Uh-oh.
Jody. No. Jody, stop immediately.
No, I'm not sure that's... Cole's the only one who actually understands us, I feel. I like Cole.
I'll go get my things.
Only the essentials.
Dude, why is Ryan such a fucking asshole, though?
Camp Perry.
But again, you know, despite all of this, an excellent scene to again carry the theme of freedom. Or, you know, in case of Jodie, the lack thereof, of course. You know, she's being controlled, she's completely a prisoner of everything, she doesn't have any sort of... She's never given a choice to do whatever she wants, right? So... This is pretty well done. Is that a picture of Philip? Nah, fuck that. I'm not taking a picture of Philip and my fake parents. It's time to move on from Philip. Fluffy Bunny comes with me, whatever his name is. Aw, Cole and Nathan. Yeah, that one comes. That one comes. Yeah, fate. Yeah, now he's just doing his job doesn't work anymore, right? Because obviously he didn't need to be that much of an asshole. Like, he could have been patient, right? He knew it and didn't tell her. Yeah, Nathan kind of screwed up there. He should have talked about that with us way before this. That's for sure. Yeah. Now, protecting us, care for. He should have told us. It wouldn't have changed anything, because he at the end of the day he's working for the CIA, right? But yeah. It definitely shouldn't. We shouldn't have learned of this the minutes before we had to leave. That's for sure. I think it feels like it tells me something about Aiden, right? Not Aiden, Nathan. Sorry. It tells us something about Nathan and the way he deals with conflict. I feel like maybe he's not very good at that. We'll see how it. We'll see how that develops further. I think that's it. Can I look at the picture and then put it back? Oh! Let's go. Remnants of a different life. Wantic hard. Okay. Fucking David Cage, I swear. Oh. Oh. The drawing with Aiden. I don't think so, drama, but who the fuck knows? Oh man, that bottle there looks lemony, like it's probably a lemonade. Makes me so hyped for that fucking lemon iced tea I'm gonna make myself after the stream. Oh, I'm so hyped. You have no idea how excited I am. I feel so thirsty. I had a Sprite this weekend. I got some McDonald's on Friday and I had a Sprite with it. It was delicious. I love Sprite.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be great.
Aw, Cole is really sad.
Dang. I'm gonna miss the hell out of you, princess.
I'll come and see you as soon as I can. I'll never let you down.
Well,
you know that, don't you?
Kinda just did, though.
I'll always be there for you.
Time to go.
I like that you know, you can tell she's mad at him, right? Like there's some obviously almost father-daughter feelings there, but you can tell she's mad, right? And she's really upset. I like that. The hug was different. She didn't hug Nathan the same way she hugged Cole, right? I think that's pretty cool. Told Dawkins what you saw, Trayton, Clayton, and spied on Clayton and Dawkins. Huh? Okay. Not a lot of different paths here, just a little transitional scene. Very good for the, again, like the character development and all that. Very well done. Yeah, it was a nice scene. I liked it. Even though I'm mad at the sort of, you know, obviously I'm upset at the characters and what they've done. I think it's a great scene for the character development of the story. I'm giving you kudos. That was a nice scene. Good performances. Seems like an important moment. I like that. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Jesus. That was a loud one. I wish you could have heard it, but anyway. The dinner. That's after the embassy, before Hunted. So that's while I'm in the CIA? Maybe another mission?
Yeah?
Jodie. Hey, it's Ryan.
Ryan.
I was just wondering if you got my email.
What email?
The one I sent 3 days ago.
Uh-oh.
You know, I've actually been having problems with my computer. What was the email about?
Dinner, tonight, fancy restaurant. Anyway, it's too late now, so maybe another time?
Okay.
Shit, I'm so sorry. You know, why don't you just come over here for dinner tonight?
Oh my god.
I mean, you wanted to see my apartment anyway, so...
Okay.
Sure, but
How about around 8?
Okay. Yeah, I'll bring a kick-ass bottle of wine. See you later.
Okay, I have opinions on this. All right, listen. I think this is actually pretty interesting from a narrative standpoint. Going from the scene we just saw, and obviously the situation, the tension, to this, where you can tell that she's clearly interested in him, and maybe there's a little bit of something going on. Clearly, there's a lot of time that has passed, right? Maybe months, maybe years, maybe a couple of years or something, right? Between the moment that she was hired by the CIA, most likely when she just, turned 18 or whatever, and then up to the point where, I think it's interesting to see that sort of progression. We have only seen one scene in between, right? Well, I mean, two technically. The recruitment when she's training, and then we can tell at the end of the training that there's this sort of camaraderie between all of them, and they sort of grew a bit closer together. And then the embassy mission, they seem to be pretty. They seem to get along just fine. They were joking around, like talking about the dress and all that. And then, but at the end, she was very, she seems very distraught and pushed him away and all that, like, don't touch me, etc., etc. And that's a bit after that still. So there's some, there's a passage of time here. It's interesting. I really wonder what happened between point A to point B there, with those two scenes being one after the other in the presentation order, non-chronological order, but presentation order. I hope we'll get to know how they got closer. I'm worried we won't. I'm worried this is just going to be left to our imagination of how they grew closer. And part of that is kind of annoying in the sense that I feel like this is sort of this could be another one of those David Cage things where, oh, there's two main characters that are attractive and obviously they're going to fall in love with one another and blah, blah, blah. And the only reason, you know, but this time there's this period of time that we don't see them. So we can accept that they may have fallen in love in between, but it allows them to do this while still not having to actually write two characters getting closer and bonding and falling in love with one another. Which seems like kind of a cop-out. A cop-out? Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like you get to the point where they're close to one another and you can imagine that it happened off screen. But you get away with not having to actually write them. Right? A Cage out. Yeah. Which I think is a little bit cheap there. Hmm. This is abuse of power, is at least 15 years older in a position of authority. I don't know if I agree with that age difference. Obviously, I don't know how old he is. But I don't know. I mean, he's in a position in the CIA, which means he's probably at least in his late 20s. At the, you know, the youngest he can be in the scene where they go and get her is probably late 20s, right? Probably. So yeah, he's at least 10 years older, I would say. Fair enough. But obviously the position of power, that's well, I mean, we don't know what kind of situation they have right now, right? Is he still a superior at this point of their, you know? Well, I don't think that's how it works, Drama. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's an arbitrary mathematical number, but Cage was like, I can't write a compelling romance, I just do a time skip. Yeah. 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 Like, the way I see it is, if at some point in the story after the recruitment they become like equals, right? They're both agents and there's no like relationship of power, like there's no like power dynamic between them at this point anymore. And assuming at this point in the story she's, I don't know, let's say 25 or so, I think it's fine, right? I don't mind. Now the fact that it started in, like you mentioned, like he started off controlling her life and all of that, obviously is gonna weigh in. But it really depends, right? I mean, I would imagine there. I'm trying to sort of be charitable to the story there and try to, like, is there a way that it could be a fine and healthy relationship? Maybe. But there would need to be a lot of stuff that happens between the starting point and now, right? Can't easily be overcome even if she ends up promoted above him. Dynamic will echo through the rest of the relationships. I don't know if I fully agree with that. I understand it, right? I understand where that perspective's coming from. I think there's a way you can, and I'm looking at it even without looking at it from like a romantic perspective, right? Just them working with one another. I can see a way where the power dynamic changes to the point where they are truly equal as they work together as agents, right? I don't think, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like relationships are not that rigid. I feel like there's a lot of plasticity there, right? You don't invite a coworker to a fancy late dinner at a restaurant? Under no circumstance? I don't know. You can't imagine meeting, like, people meeting at work and getting in relationships? He's her boss. I mean, we don't know that. Again, Zia, I mean, unless you're spoiling something for me, we don't know that he's still her boss, right? As far as I understand, he initially recruited her. I mean, at least, I'm not even sure he recruited her. He came to get her and then was there when they trained, she started training. And then they were doing a mission together, which, as far as I understand, to me at least, means they were working alongside, they were partners, right? On the same level. My understanding, at least, was at the point where the embassy mission happens, they're equals, right? They're agents working together. I put that on the same level as, you know, Jake and Amy in Brooklyn Nine-Nine or whatever, right? Obviously, it didn't start off that way, right? It was clearly in a situation, like a position of power over her, but that's what I mean, right? We don't know how that evolved and if potentially that could have been sort of cleaned up, right? Oh yeah, I mean, I agree, Anktar. I agree. I guess the way I'm looking at it is I'm more curious. Okay, let's put it this way. I'm more interested in knowing how you go from like the first scene to this in a way that I'm like, okay, how do you get from that point to this point? Instead of just looking at the first point and then this point and being like, oh, wow, this is kind of weird. Because, you know, I'm not ignoring that maybe 5 years or however many years passed between those 2 points, right? and I'm rather looking at it from a perspective of curiosity. I'm like, okay, how do you go from there to there? And maybe, listen, don't get me wrong, there's a very high chance that the game does nothing to convince me that this could work, right? And I'm gonna maybe end up exactly in the same position as you guys are, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, that doesn't work, it's kind of weird. But maybe there's a way that you can write those however many years and make me believe that this could be a, that this could be a resulting situation. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm like, that's, oh, that's fine, for sure, of course. I mean, listen, even at the end of it all, and I think that's the sort of ultimately probably what is, I think what is worth focusing on is that even if they don't manage to sort of, even if they can't make me believe that it's a healthy relationship, which I'm very much expecting them not to, right? I'm very much expecting them to not make me believe this is a healthy relationship. I would argue that this is better for the story. It's better for the themes of the story if this relationship is not healthy and is in fact very much not something that should happen, right? Because it works within the thematic and the character of Jodie. She doesn't really have freedom. She doesn't really have a sense of agency and a sense of self, right? She's pretty much basically only living through other people and what they want of her. So that relationship with Ryan is potentially just another way of showing us that. So I think that's pretty interesting. That's probably the what we should probably how we should be looking at it, right? Well, yeah, Fates, but obviously the government's not gonna let you get away with that, right? Obviously the government's not gonna be like, oh yeah, it'll just come next month, it's fine. They're gonna be like, no, we need you now. You are a tool, you're useful to us, right? We don't have time. So, but yes, I mean, it's very much another illustration of Jodie not having any sort of freedom whatsoever. So. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm curious to see where this is gonna go. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you know, again, like I'm not, you know, I'm just, to go back to what Zia was saying, I'm just having the conversation for the sake of having the conversation, right? From a narrative standpoint, I think however this is gonna go, I think from a narrative standpoint, it's interesting. A fucked up relationship would be very interesting in the context of the story. Again, to illustrate Jodie's lack of autonomy, right? Which I think is very much the point of the story. But yeah, obviously looking at it from like a more like, you know, how do I feel about this from, if this were a real relationship, right? I think it's, obviously I'm not a, you know, I very much trust, I very much think Zia is probably right in this case. I'm just, obviously we're all gonna have very different perceptions of these things based on a lot of factors, personal experiences, obviously, you know, obviously personal experiences and like individual perspective is going to have a big impact there. So welcome back, Dex. Yeah, no, interesting conversations about, you know, you've missed a big interesting chapter. I didn't kill, listen, that's not how it happened. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to be written, for sure. Anyway, I wish I could. I wish I could gather my thoughts a little bit better and, you know, engage with the conversation in a better way. But I'm exhausted. I can barely hold myself together. Closest comparison would be a professor dating their student. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I well, again, like I don't know what the situation is right now in the game, right? So obviously it's hard for me to. I think the analogy is not that far. I would agree with that based on what we've seen so far, but. Yeah. I don't know, I'm trying to think, like it's not like Cole is or Nathan is dating her, right? Like that would be closer to the professor dating their student, I feel like. Like I wonder, I'm trying to like find a real life example. So imagine, okay, just for the sake of the mental exercise, university professor, right? College professor, not that old, young college professor, you know, gets a student that's maybe like, I don't know, 10 years younger than him in his class. And then later, let's say 10 years later, that same student becomes a college professor herself. And she joins the same faculty. And they meet again and they somehow fall in love then and get in a relationship. At that point, they're, you know, they're both professors in the same institutions. They're both like grown-ass adults over the age of 25, maybe 30 even. And obviously their relationship initially was, you know, very imbalanced, and any feelings at that moment would have been inappropriate. But at that later time, to me, it feels like it's sort of like that idea that you never meet the same people twice, right? When you meet people again, they're different people. And relationships are plastic, right? They have plasticity. They redefine at different points in someone's life. How would you feel, like, how do you feel in a situation like that, Zia, for instance? Wouldn't it? Yeah, but would you find, like the situation I described, would you find that inappropriate? I don't know. So I don't know. And again, like I'm not expecting, listen, this is David Cage we're talking about. I'm not expecting David Cage to even bother justifying whatever happens here. Listen, I just think it was like, oh yeah, there's an attractive dude and an attractive lady. Let's make them have a thing, right? I think that's as far as it went in his brain. But I'm saying there could be a way you could write the years between them meeting and now that could make me accept it, right? There is a way you could write it that would make me be like, yeah, okay, this is fine, right? I'm not expecting it to be the case. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know. Well, hey, only one way to know is to play through that dinner scene and hopefully not, you know, not die of awkwardness while it is happening. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for tomorrow. But yeah, I you know, all that being said, I appreciate the conversation because obviously those are, everyone's gonna have a different perspective on that, and there's a lot of stuff that affects that perspective. Just, you know, obviously simply being a woman, you're gonna have a different perspective on that, obviously. And that's something I can never truly imagine. I can only try to empathize and understand, but I'm, you know, I can never be in that position myself. So that's why I appreciate the conversation, but we'll see. I'm sure David Cage is gonna surprise us and make us believe in that romance, whatever it is. That's me being hopeful. Let's go. Do that. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate you guys. Hope you had a good time. I will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Beyond Two Souls. What's up, Timmy? We'll see where this story goes. Alright. Into the ground, probably? I'm not sure. I'm very tired. I'm just gonna go put myself in bed, have a nap, and whatever. So I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.